Around 6 years ago, I decided to try the ketogenic diet properly. In this video, I'm going to share with you what I've learned and why, after 6 years of experiments and reading the scientific literature, I still consider it to be a highly useful training tool for some climbers or athletes, some of the time. We're only a few seconds into the video and I'm already making caveats about dietary strategy and pointing out that the same strategy is unlikely appropriate for everyone or at all times, and that's because when it comes to nutrition, context is everything. It would be lovely if it were simple, and often the execution of healthy diets and performance diets is ridiculously simple, but the scientific underpinning definitely isn't. The devil is in the detail, and there's going to be plenty of that in this video. This will be the longest video on my channel by some margin, and I've debated with myself over whether to split it up into shorter episodes, but I did worry that they might lose context when considered in isolation, and so I've opted to make one overview video which deals in at least some detail with most of the relevant areas. I hope that it serves as a go-to resource to at least grapple with the headline factors when judging whether to use any of the numerous ketogenic dietary options that we have at our disposal. I understand that some of you will want all the detail there is on this subject, and some of you will want a simple just so story in a minute or two. And in an attempt to please both groups, I'm going to start off with a very short couple of minutes, too long didn't watch summary of the rest of the video. And I hope that you'll see that the story is quite interesting and it might tempt you to watch the rest. And to those of you who watch all of this video and still want more detail, remember that we can go through those in future episodes, and if you guys have specific questions, then please do leave them down below. I could make a follow-up episode dealing with just those, and there are other aspects that I want to go into in more detail that don't fit in this overview episode anyway. Obviously, make sure you're subscribed to see those and drop any questions that you have below. If your question relates to the scientific evidence that you'd like to draw my attention to, I'd be grateful if you would link directly to the paper rather than an article about it. That just makes it easier for the whole audience to stay focused on the scientific evidence. I should also say quickly that I have no horse in any race with respect to nutrition or diet wars. I'm not sponsored by any food companies, I don't sell anything with respect to nutrition, and although I am a qualified associate nutritionist, I don't currently offer any personal nutrition advice. My purpose here is just to share with you my experiences and some relevant research. A good chunk of my many experiments around this diet have been to try and disprove to myself that the ketogenic or other diets have really been beneficial, and explore the idea that I could have got to the same place by other means. As part of that journey, I also read a few thousand research papers and I've completed a master's degree in human nutrition. So, okay, here's the short couple of minutes summary of the rest of the video. The primary reason I tried the keto diet was because I've always struggled with being overfat throughout my adult life. Even with constant attention, I could only ever get my body fat percentage down to 17 to 20%, which is approximately double that of other male professional climbers at a similar level to me. Left to the control of my appetite on a mixed diet, my body fat percentage has never been stable, and it would always just climb into an overweight category until I intervened. I have little doubt that if it wasn't for my involvement in sport and conscious restriction of energy intake, at least until I experimented with keto diets, I would likely be in the 2/3 of all adults in my country who are overweight or obese. I found this manageable in my 20s, but through my 30s I found that I slowly started to gain fat no matter what techniques I employed to manage it. The keto diet solved these issues in a pinch. For the first time as an adult, I was weight stable and at a more athletic body fat percentage in the context of not feeling hungry. I had never known what it was like not to be hungry all the time, and I emphasise I literally mean every waking moment. Not only was this good for my rock climbing performance, climbing my first 48C at age 37, but I generally felt like I was climbing better in all the disciplines, and I really felt at ease with my body and mind in a way that I had never done before. I understood that there was nothing wrong with me and understood that when I felt just as hungry, whether I was at 17 or 25% body fat, it wasn't because I was greedy or weak-willed. To be clear, I'm not saying that my dysregulated appetite was caused by carbs or the absence of a keto diet, only that it was really important for me to know that it was possible to normalise my appetite with a specific therapy. Several other health benefits came along unexpectedly. 20 years of mild depression resolved within 1 month, severe eczema that has affected my feet since birth and has seen me hospitalised and unable to walk for some periods, improved mildly at first and then completely with further refining of the diet. I put on quite a few kilos of muscle, I stopped getting colds, I felt I'd recovered better from training, and I had a very steady supply of energy and concentration, including for high intensity training sessions. The only downside I experienced was not being able to eat carbs, which I liked eating. An important point though, which is that when you change your diet, you're essentially changing multiple vectors. If you eat less of one thing, you eat more of another. And it's easy to get confused over what actually caused the changes you observed. For example, maybe I didn't get colds because I also greatly increased my vitamin D intake. And for that reason, I've spent the years since 2015 doing some casual and some not so casual experiments in adding back and removing parts of my diet. Carbs, types of carbs, meat, vegetables, etc., in an effort to get a deeper understanding of what it actually is that made the differences that I'm looking for and what I can discard as being redundant. One thing I did not experience was any deficit in ability to train and perform at high intensity, at least in the type of climbing I do. However, I quite firmly believe that that is because I did the diet properly. Before 2015, I had tried the half-assed keto diet experiment and had all the problems that are commonly reported, and obviously I'll explore these issues in the rest of this video. That doesn't mean that I think that others who are sceptical of the utility of keto diets in sport are wrong. Actually, I think they're mostly right. However, I believe that to get to the bottom of who should use keto diets, in which sports and when, it's critical to consider the type of sport, the muscles involved, and the mode of exercise, and how the diet's periodised. And without that detail, it just becomes a confusing mess. I certainly don't have all the answers on this, but I do feel that I have got somewhere in understanding how best to wield this training tool in my own climbing, and what follows is my journey to that point. Today I eat what I call an athletic keto diet most of the time, and that is to say it's more generous with carbs than a keto diet appropriate for a diabetic or for those treating neurological conditions. But just like my training doesn't stay the same all year round, my diet doesn't either. I vary the carb amount to reflect my needs, which are pretty low given that I'm a rock climber and not a 400 metre runner. I should emphasise that I don't believe my diet is optimal for everyone, and by the end of this video, perhaps you might see more clearly why that might be. Okay, so that summary gives you the headlines, and now let's get into a lot more detail and some evidence and try and explore why these things happened. There's no way to get into this properly without dealing with some at least medium level physiology with respect to metabolism, but for those of you who are unfamiliar with the concepts that I'm exploring, please be reassured that even if we dive into some really intense detail, which we will, I'll always try to bring back the discussion to some take-home messages which are as simple as they can be, but not simpler. I've put chapter markers on the video, which you can find along the bottom of the frame there and in the video description below, and those will help you find specific parts of the discussion. All the scientific papers I refer to I've numbered, and they'll appear here on the screen as I mention them. The full reference list is on my blog, link here and below in the description. And I've also published an audio version of this episode on my Patreon page for those who would like to listen rather than watch, and I'm very grateful to my Patreon supporters, of course. Any of you who have issues getting hold of the full text of the reference papers, you can get them on Alexandra Elbakian's page, which you can get in a couple of clicks of a mouse. I'm not going to give you the URL of that site since it keeps changing for reasons that will become obvious if you Google her name. As with anything you read online, I encourage you to read the evidence for yourself and not take any interpretation I present at face value. Okay, let's begin. I'll start off with how I came to try the keto diet, and I think the most important place to begin is by saying that I grew up here in Glasgow in Scotland. I love Glasgow, but it's a very deprived city in many ways. It's very wet and dark, although not today, and almost the entire population is vitamin D deficient in winter, and actually in summer as well, depending on the cut-offs that you use. Glasgow famously has one of the worst life expectancy curves in Europe, and if you get on the train here at Jordan Hill and you go east to Bridgeton Cross, there's a 2-year drop in life expectancy for every stop along the way, which is just mind-blowing to me. Young Glaswegians just tend to start off with suboptimal health and just get worse as they get older. Luckily for me, my family weren't in the worst bracket of deprivation by a long stretch, but the point is that we're all influenced by the wider food culture around us. A friend, Ali Houston, once asked me on a podcast what my first memory of food was, and it was standing in the chip shop behind me there. That's also my old house just up the hill there. I was standing in the chip shop and I saw all these stacked drums beside me that said hydrogenated vegetable oil, and I wondered what on earth hydrogenated meant. I wish that I'd learned a little bit more about the chemistry of fats and oils a little bit earlier. I should point out that that's not my bottle of Bucky that's sitting there, that was just the last occupant of this seat. There is some evidence, although it's not conclusive yet, that these oils, which really saturate the Glaswegian diet and the Western diet in general, might play a role in the general degeneration of the physical condition of humans over the last half century or so. And that degeneration was first documented nearly a century ago in this book by Weston A. Price. And I'm sure I'll talk more about this book, which is amazing, in future episodes. But if you're looking for a book to try and understand nutrition, this is actually not a bad place to start. Link below. Chips, deep fried in vegetable oil, along with iron brew, were and still are a huge part of Glaswegian life. But for many Scottish families who are cost conscious, then the diet relies quite heavily on the classic processed food combo in general, which is refined flour, sugar and polyunsaturated vegetable oil. But isolated exposures to those foods are not a big deal, and they're not what I'm talking about here. You know, the occasional fish supper at the beach when you're on your summer holiday is not important. It's more when the food culture is steeped in these foods and you're eating them day in, day out, actually for generations. Speaking of fish, there is one thing I should mention, such that Glaswegian life doesn't take too much unfair blame for poor health in me. Both myself and my sister are allergic to fish, and as such I think it's pretty certain that we would have had a suboptimal intake of DHA and EPA, the long-chain omega-3 fats, which make up a good proportion of the weight of the human brain, as well as influence countless other physiological processes from energy metabolism in mitochondria to immune function and things like that. For example, there's a fair bit of evidence that maintaining good availability of long-chain omega-3s leads to better brain performance throughout life. To this day, my omega-3 to 6 balance, measured in red blood cells, is one of the only blood markers, I think, that is still I'm not happy with. So for our lunch at school, we just ate junk food every day. And you were considered a bit of a weirdo if you actually didn't eat that way. For example, I knew a friend at school who was into bodybuilding, and he drank milk instead of iron brew like us. And no one bullied him because he was big and strong, but everyone just ignored him. So for our lunch, we would get a bag of chips and a litre bottle of iron brew, just sugary drink for lunch. And if we only had £1, then we would still get the litre bottle of iron brew, and lunch would be a bag of half a dozen jam donuts for 59 pence. And 30 odd years later, they only cost £1. So that was the way we ate every day for years. And that was in the later part of my school years, but in the earlier part of my childhood, the ingredients in my diet were not all that different. So I was eating things like processed breakfast cereals, things like muesli, like Alpen, and sweets, and those kind of things were a daily part of my diet, although there were some good meals as well. Things like ground beef mince and boiled potatoes being an example of a meal that I was glad that I ate as a child. Oh my god, I can't believe I actually ate this for years. Oh, that's so bad. Oddly, at least until you study physiology, once I started climbing and my energy expenditure increased a bit, that was also when I started to gain excess fat at the age of 16. I met my wife Claire at that age, and she tells me that she always remembers my t-shirt hanging off the edge of my protruding belly. I was quickly beginning to identify as a rock climber, and this aspect of me just didn't fit well with my ideal vision of myself as a disciplined young man who was cultivating a body that I hoped would one day be able to climb some hard bits of rock and ice. And so at age 17, I reduced my sugar intake. I limited things like chips to once a week, with plenty of excuses and exceptions made, such as having just been winter climbing or something like that. And I began to exert some casual but nonetheless conscious oversight to my calorie intake. I also ran. I never enjoyed running much. I only really did it to use energy. And if only Herman Pontzer's studies on the Hadza and other hunter-gatherer peoples had been around at that time, I might have saved myself many a wet night pounding the pavements of Glasgow. Those studies show that highly active hunter-gatherers who spend all day out hunting or digging for tubers have exactly the same calorie expenditure as sedentary Americans who do not exercise. When you expend more energy through exercise, the body appears to compensate to a degree for this by turning down other aspects of metabolism, such as creating heat. And for this reason, diet might have been underrated as the key vector in understanding and treating overweight in humans. I'll never know to what extent genetics or the epigenetic programming from my environment or exposure to that environment during my life played a role in me having the tendency for overweight. I find it implausible that the Glasgow effect, as it's known, was negligible. I think it's conceivable that epigenetic programming from previous generations of underfed Glaswegians could have contributed to the tendency for partitioning energy to fat in me, or that specific nutrient deficiencies might have the same effect. I also find it plausible that excessive exposure to omega-6 fats, especially linoleic acid in vegetable oils, could play a role in this tendency as well. And just for avoidance of doubt, I'm not saying that I believe any of those things explain the tendency. There just isn't enough evidence to say that. I just note that they are plausible explanations. Linoleic acid might have an obesogenic effect via at least 3 possible mechanisms. First, a direct effect on the endocannabinoid receptor in the brain. This is the same pathway that's activated when pot smokers get the munchies, but subsequently down-regulate the activity of the receptor and seem to have less weight gain. Several years ago, a drug called rimonabant, which blocks this receptor, was shown to be pretty dramatically effective in treating obesity by reducing appetite. But it had to be canned since it had the unfortunate effect of making people suicidal. Secondly, linoleic acid is readily oxidized, and several effects of the downstream oxidation products of linoleic acid could indirectly predispose to weight gain, such as direct oxidative damage to mitochondria, pathological insulin resistance in certain tissues caused by the chronic mobilization of the immune system, or by changes in hormonal signaling in the appetite centres in the brain. And thirdly, linoleic acid appears to directly influence the partitioning of energy in the body, causing what has been called pathological insulin sensitivity in fat cells themselves, owing to the impact of the way these fats are broken down on the pathways by which cells regulate how much energy is allowed to actually enter the cell. I've just skipped over the top of some very detailed physiology, and I'm going to park the discussion of vegetable oils and omega-6 fats in this episode and deal with it in a far more detailed episode in future, which I'll probably call Why I Don't Eat Oil. I just wanted to point out a few potential specific mechanisms by which being Glaswegian may have predisposed me to have problems with overweight compared with someone else who grew up in a different diet culture. There are 2 takeaways that I'd like you to glean from this section. First, I'm not saying that too much carbs was the cause of this problem, although we'll later explore how reducing carbs was a great solution to it. Second, I do not now believe that my body fat regulation had much at all to do with willpower, discipline, or exercise. The amount of food that went into my mouth, I'll argue, is dictated by the type of food, at least in the medium or long term. So as a young adult prone to overweight, trying to be an athlete, I set out on the never-ending battle to keep that body fat percentage from climbing too high. This wasn't a desperate struggle or anything. I managed it just fine for about 15 odd years with some success. The problem was more that the techniques that had been working slowly but surely failed to work anymore. And those tactics were things like eating more fruit and vegetables, limiting fat, limiting saturated fat, sugar intake, eating low glycemic complex starches, being mindful of my eating and my hunger signals, and eating less calorie dense food in general, and every so often going through periods of modest calorie restriction. And that final aspect, just trying to eat less, was the biggest of the failures of all, I would say. You can dodge hunger for weeks to months, but not for years. Or if you do, it usually puts you in a very unhappy and stressful place. It's easy as a young athlete to think from project to project, like, if I just get in shape for this route and so on. But often as people get older, they start to look for a better solution to problems which are more sustainable. In other words, you actually want to solve the problem and not just put a band-aid over it. And as I'd learned more about sport performance over years as a professional climber, I solved more and more problems in my own performance. And so I got better at climbing, and as time went on, I became increasingly aware that body composition and its management was the single largest weakness in my performance profile. It's easy to skip over what I just said there, so I'd like to really place a lot of emphasis on it. I'd spent nearly 2 decades refining and improving every aspect of the huge suite of factors that influence rock climbing performance. And it became obvious to me that my strategy for body composition stood out as one area that was failing in contrast to all those other areas. And so by age 35, I came to seriously ask myself the question, am I really doing this right? And so I re-reviewed my sports nutrition textbooks, coming to them with a mindset that was slightly different than before. I was aware that something in the chain between the strategies that they recommended and my execution wasn't right. Was that me? I had a strong dissonance about that. On one hand, body composition management seems obvious as a question of energy balance, incontrovertible physics. On the other hand, friends in climbing, even very good climbers who I looked up to a lot, had told me that I was the most obsessive and driven climber that they'd ever met. So why was it then that I couldn't do something as basic as exert simple control over food intake? By the calories in, calories out model, all that was needed was a tiny downward shift in daily intake. Half a biscuit a day for a few months would be more than enough. And yet, here we were, with me putting on more and more resources of willpower into this problem, and it made no difference. So I began to look more seriously for potential holes in the traditional understanding of bodyweight management in public health and in sport. And as soon as you open up the hood on that question and look at the primary literature, almost anyone will see that there's a huge mess that lies beneath. Around that time, low-carb and keto diets were having a bit of a resurgence in nutrition discourse generally, I would say. And like many other coaches, I saw them as being a problematic tool in sport because of the need for carbohydrate for energy. However, I began to think more critically about this too. For one thing, the restriction of total energy intake required to get my body fat percentage to move down, or even stay still, was quite marked. Although I was eating quite a high proportion of carbs, I was having to lower overall energy intake pretty strongly in order to eat this way and still have acceptable results. Is that really optimal? I was also aware that no matter what the textbook estimated for required carb intake for high intensity work, I had noted in the past that I had dieted quite hard and not felt limited in the ability to train hard. Why? Finally, I was also aware of individual athletes who reported feeling a low-carb approach was working for them. So rather than dismiss this, I was curious to ask how this was possible, and so I just tried it. I felt that I was exploring the possibility that the trade-offs of traditional methods of managing body composition could be more severe than those offered by alternative approaches. And moreover, as I got older, I'm also increasingly aware that I can use my own brain to take the best of both approaches and work out my own strategy. In other words, working from the base of scientific evidence, but moving beyond the base. That's a so-called evidence-informed approach rather than just evidence-based. In late 2014, I tried restricting my main sources of carbs down as low as I could bear. I did that for about 5 or 6 weeks. I lost a couple of pounds in the first couple of days, and then my weight didn't change beyond that. Meanwhile, I felt rather deprived of carbs, and at times I felt like my energy level was far more variable than normal. A few times I felt really shaky and hungry, and I didn't feel like performing at all. And after those weeks, with little to show for it, I tailed off the experiment and returned to my normal diet. And yet, the problem was of course still there. I did have a nagging feeling that perhaps I hadn't done it properly. But why would that even matter? Would a few more weeks or a few less carbs make 100% more difference? That seems unlikely at first blush. But reading more about the diet did raise my suspicion that this may indeed be the case. The facts were that I'd quit in the face of the so-called keto flu, and it was plausible that I had prolonged this stage by not pushing my body into the fat adaptation process hard enough. In other words, my carb-dependent body and brain were bumping along the bottom, feeling constantly deprived of the fuel that it was used to, but not given the conditions in which to properly switch to burning fat at much higher rates. I also understood that I hadn't paid any attention to electrolytes, and perhaps that could account for not feeling great. And finally, like so many athletes hardwired to fear eating pure fat, I may have added underfueling on top of keto flu by simply not eating enough fat. And there is actually some evidence to suggest that keto flu may actually be underfueling. So now that we're into discussing weight and weight loss, I just want to pause for a moment to make a really important point about weight cutting, which I will also discuss a couple of times later on as well. Cutting weight is something that I very rarely do, and I really try to avoid if at all possible. Outside of very small adjustments of a kilo or so, I see the need for regular weight cuts as indicative of a broader strategy in your diet that's failing. If the diet of the athlete is optimal, it should be possible to stay fairly close to a competitive body composition, and any reduction in fat mass below that, which is sustainable to maintain a good anabolic sensitivity and good health, should be as brief as possible. Broadly speaking, a conscious semi-starvation to induce a lower body fat than your body wants to maintain is likely to mortgage short-term performance against longer-term performance. You might feel a little bit stronger and lighter next week, but at the cost of responding to training and increasing your level in a year or in 5 years. So although I felt I needed to use small cuts almost every year on a mixed diet early in my athletic career, they came at a cost, and I don't recommend that. After learning more about diet and using keto diets, I found that I was able to sit at a body fat percentage that was much closer to something that I was happy with, although it was still well above other athletes at a similar level. Ultimately, I have to accept that going from someone prone to clinically defined overweight to the absolute leanest athlete on the planet might not be an achievable goal, at least if it's tied to longer term health and performance. Coming from 17 to 20% body fat, I'm not really sure it's realistic to get to 3 to 7% and be able to stay there indefinitely. I just don't think that's likely. But I do think that aiming for 12 to 15% is potentially an achievable goal for me. And I can find out whether it is by monitoring health markers carefully while I get there. I just want anyone that's watching this to understand 2 clear points. First, that my starting place with this is overweight. If your starting place is a more athletic body fat percentage, then cutting another 5% off that may have the opposite effect on your performance. And second, I'm discussing this in detail in this episode, but don't imagine that I'm always trying to minimise my body fat percentage. Actually, my strategy is rather different from this. My strategy is to consistently eat a diet that allows me to have a long-term body fat percentage that is as low as it can reasonably be, while not compromising on energy availability to maintain excellent health, responds to training and certain health markers such as testosterone, cortisol, thyroid hormones, muscle mass, bone mass, and other markers, which I can go into more in future episodes. I may dip below that threshold on occasion for brief periods, but I prefer to be extremely conservative with this, and that's why I've only done one brief cut in 2016 and another even shorter one in 2019. How often any given athlete can safely cut weight without long-term consequences is a question that I don't know the answer to. It may depend on the individual, and it may also depend on the type of diet they're eating and their background nutritional status. In other words, if an athlete is eating a relatively nutrient-poor diet that's got a lot of empty calories from bars and gels and cereals or junk foods, they might run into problems sooner than if they do a weight cut with eating eggs and steak and liver. That is actually a research question that I'd love to see sports nutrition answer. There is some evidence that small but fairly regular fluctuations in weight are not problematic. The Canadian researcher Trent Stellingwerff published a nice paper of a case study of his own wife Hilary, who is a distance runner, and how they tightly managed her body fat percentage around the race calendar. An athlete might read that paper and view it as strategic weight loss in preparation for competition, but a coach might view this as strategic weight gain most of the time in order to support training gains and health, and both are right, of course. This approach mimics what I used to do when I ate a mixed diet, but now, following my good experience with low-carb diets, I favour cutting much less frequently since I just don't need to as much. So in October of 2015, I decided to put that question to rest properly and do a by-the-book ketoadaptation. And the rules were that I'd restrict carbs enough that I had measurable ketones in my blood for at least 3 months, and I'd take care to eat enough food overall, with particular attention to finding sources of fat that I enjoyed eating, and I would take care to increase electrolyte intake to balance the loss experienced during the adaptation, which might be due to adjustments in insulin sensitivity in your kidney. This issue of electrolyte intake on keto diets, both in adaptation and in the longer term, is still a matter of contention and needs more research. The strategy I adopted was to take account of the lack of hard evidence and err on the side of generous electrolyte intake for at least 3 months, and then titrate back to an intake that just felt comfortable while monitoring for any symptoms such as muscle cramps or changes in performance. I started the diet on the day I left for a month-long bouldering trip to Magic Wood in Switzerland. This was both an advantage and a potential problem. Being away from home and on my own made it easier to undergo such a dramatic shift in my diet and be away from the potential outside influence to discourage me from continuing. Not to mention expose me to all the foods that I was trying to replace. However, it does also run into the risk of confounding any results from the diet, especially when it comes to body fat and fat loss. A solo bouldering trip on hard projects is a great place to get into a kind of extreme mindset and potentially induce a calorie deficit without noticing as much as I would do if I was at home. That's something to keep in mind with that experiment. However, the results were still impressive to me, and importantly, they were a marked difference from my half-assed keto experiment 6 months before. Without consciously trying to limit my food intake, I spontaneously lost 3.5 kilos in just under 1 month, and I effortlessly maintained that with no conscious calorie restriction until I reintroduced significant carbs 6 or 7 months later. Although my scale weight obviously plateaued out at a new lower weight after that initial month, if anything it dropped very slightly in the 6 months that followed, such that my stable weight on keto was essentially 4 kilos less than it was on a mixed diet beforehand, which is 62 kilos versus 66 kilos before. Just for completeness and to keep this video organised, I'll finish discussing the weight changes that have happened subsequently, before moving on to the other effects of the keto diet. In May of 2017, I decided to see if adding back a moderate amount of carbs would cause my weight to change again. Perhaps some aspect of my metabolic health or ability to oxidize fat might have shifted, and the continued restriction of carbs might be now redundant. I should be clear and say that I didn't want to add back carbs because I had any deficit in performance or any other problems to solve. I still felt absolutely great and I was climbing really well. I just wanted to test the hypothesis that perhaps only temporary keto dieting was important. And I also just wanted to eat carbs because I like carbs. Within a couple of months of reintroducing carbs, my weight returned from 62 kilos right back to where it was at 66 kilos. And other effects of the diet, which I'll discuss in a minute, which I also enjoyed, were also lost. And I felt that essentially back to where I started, including my power level, which had declined back to where it had been. That effortless regulation of appetite that I felt on a keto diet had gone, and I was back to feeling constantly hungry and having to run this constant internal dialogue about whether I should eat or not. In some ways, that was kind of depressing. It would have been nice if the diet changes I'd made had only needed to be temporary and I could go back to eating many of the Western foods that I had enjoyed without all the downsides. But I had two thoughts that made me feel slightly more optimistic. I felt that through my experiment with keto, I had gained a choice in this matter. I had at least one way to change the picture with respect to appetite and weight management. And secondly, the experiment had helped me realise that there is quite a lot under the hood when it comes to diet and body weight management. And if I could learn one thing that was new, perhaps there were other things that I've yet to learn that could further improve my options. So I then embarked on a long series of experiments in further altering my diet, with the core goal of trying to find a way to eat significant amount of carbs without experiencing so much hunger and excess fat accumulation. For the sake of brevity, which I say without any sense of irony, I'll just describe those in summary. I looked at increasing carbs only on certain days, corresponding to endurance sessions and training. That seemed to make little difference to my appetite. I also tried taking in carbs from strictly unprocessed sources, such as whole starchy vegetables or fruits, or sources that came along with significant fibre. This does succeed in offering very short-term fullness at the end of a meal, which is known as satiation, but was very unsatisfactory in terms of supporting the absence of hunger between meals, which people refer to as satiety. In other words, I was on an energy and hunger roller coaster and back to feeling shaky and hungry if I didn't have regular food while out climbing. It had been such a relief to see the back of this when I was on the keto diet, and its return was quite a shock to my system, even though I was quite well used to it in my previous life of eating a mixed diet. Perhaps the most interesting of those experiments was in 2019, where I did a brief weight cut for around 6 to 7 weeks. And in this, I ate a very low-fat, high-carb diet based mainly on starchy and non-starchy vegetables. This was also calorie restricted because this type of diet just wouldn't work without conscious calorie restriction for weight loss. The diet was largely based around potatoes, which appear from some evidence to be the most satiating of the starch sources. I ate around 4 baked potatoes per day with huge piles of leafy salad and cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers and that kind of thing. I also ate very little meat and very little dairy, just restricted to milk in my tea. I was unwilling to make this a completely vegan diet because it just wouldn't be possible to reach a level of micronutrient intake that I would be happy with as an athlete without overeating calories. And therefore I did eat some liver around once a week and a plate of eggs once a week just to bolster that micronutrient and high quality protein intake. This diet was pretty successful for my little cut, going from 68 to 64 kilos. I should also note that I was almost continuously in mild ketosis for the duration of the diet. And that statement might blow some people's minds a bit. How can you be in ketosis on a diet of 200 grams of digestible carbs per day? And there are two ways that this can happen. It can either happen in a strong caloric deficit, which was the case here, or it can happen with very high activity levels, which is basically like triathlon training, where you're constantly emptying liver and muscle glycogen. Either route reaches the same place with respect to metabolism, which is that liver glycogen stores start to run low, and the liver starts to make ketones from fat to ensure continued supply of energy, mainly for your brain. I dare say that some of you might be wondering why I chose this approach for fat loss, given that I'd already had success with nearly the opposite strategy of high fat and low carb. And there were two reasons. The lesser reason was just to see how the two approaches compared. I like experimenting. Both extremes of energy macronutrient compositions, high fat, very low carb, and high carb, very low fat, are highly effective for fat loss. Both competitive sports nutrition and the bodybuilding world often favour maintaining significant carb intake and limiting fat, as opposed to using keto diets, for slightly different reasons. I'm making a broad and generalised point here, and I know there is nuance which I'm about to skip over, but in sports nutrition there is concern that limiting carbs will reduce muscle glycogen availability and hence reduce training quality or competition performance. I think both of those issues are real, although I think they are surmountable problems, as I'll go through later on in this episode. So those are not reasons to avoid keto for me, at least speaking as a rock climber. In the bodybuilding world, where they are largely focused on the shred for the stage rather than maintaining a low fat mass for extended periods of the year like athletes do, they often focus on carb restriction as just unnecessary, since just restricting total calorie intake gets you to the same place. It gets you to the same place body fat percentage wise, but in my view, the journey may be too costly for the athlete, and that's why I don't use their approach for fat loss. To me as an athlete, what I'm concerned about is building a body and a routine that's sustainable to perform week in, week out for decades. I can't do that effectively if I'm walking around hungry all the time. If I were a bodybuilder, perhaps I would just suck it up and restrict total calories for a few weeks before a show, and then reverse that afterwards. That mindset of knowing that the semi-starvation is temporary and will end on a hard date in your diary in a few weeks' time, that would make it a lot easier to deal with. Not so much for the athlete who asked the question, can I do this right through my 20s, my 30s, my 40s? Nevertheless, although I held the view that the keto approach allowed me to strike a nice balance of managing fat mass and not being hungry or restricted all the time, I wanted to check, I wanted to verify and to stress test my own biases by testing the opposite strategy and use as rigorous an approach as I had done with the keto diet. A second reason was down to muscle. One apparent downside of a few years of a low-carb diet was that I'd put on rather a lot of muscle mass. I know that muscle mass gain is something that sports nutrition is constantly trying to optimise, but it's obviously more complicated than that. Some years ago, there was a nice article by two sports scientists, Keith Barr and Trent Stellingworth, and they discussed the concept of functional muscle. It's a really basic idea, which is that it's muscle that's contributing directly to specific sport performance. This shouldn't be much of a newsflash, but huge muscular legs are not a great advantage for rock climbers, since my body tends to put on both muscle and fat mass readily in the lower body. If I have a muscle mass gain across the whole body, my lower body muscle mass may offset the upper body strength gain, and then some. I won't go into why I think I gained a lot of muscle right now, but it could be because of improved anabolic signalling at a hormonal level. It could be because of more protein, more nutrient density, more animal protein and fat in particular, better energy availability from stored fats that's mobilised between meals, and of course, it might be all of those things together. I was interested to see if a certain diet might help me let go of some of that leg muscle, while at least trying to maintain the upper body muscle mass, which would then result in a net shift in favour of functional upper body muscle. My legs had become noticeably larger, and in two DEXA scans that I had a year apart, 2016 and 2017, I'd gained nearly a kilo of muscle in each leg. That's really quite a lot. Keep in mind that that could be confounded by transient differences in muscle glycogen on the day of the scan, but it does support my casual observation that my legs were just obviously bigger. A concept that was discussed in Keith Barr and Stellingworth's article was that it's possible to selectively lose non-functional muscle mass with a very careful combination of diet and training. The athlete would undertake a one-off and brief protein and calorie restricted diet to create a catabolic environment for muscle, but to offset that catabolism with training in the muscle groups that you're wanting to keep. They suggest that carbs are maintained during this period in order to support training, and for the athletes that they coach in Olympic distance running, I'd agree. For a rock climber, I don't think this would be such a concern for reasons I'll discuss in a minute. However, I think that a high carb approach to this would be important for a separate reason. The ketone body, beta-hydroxybutyrate, is an inhibitor of muscle protein breakdown, and that's especially in conditions of energy scarcity or in aging. BHB, as well as being a direct metabolic fuel, is a signalling molecule, and by definition it signals for muscle sparing, since it's part of the system for managing homeostasis in the fasted state. There is a lot of discussion in sports science about maximising hypertrophy in strength athletes, but less is made of strategies to minimise muscle loss in sports that require endurance training or very low body fat percentages. Both of these factors involve sailing quite close to the wind with respect to energy availability, since the signals for endurance adaptations involve catabolic signalling. And therefore, in my own experiment with this, I wanted to try to stay out of ketosis and maintain demand for glucose for the brain, such that it might encourage, or at least not inhibit, muscle catabolism to support gluconeogenesis in the liver. Despite all of the potatoes, staying out of ketosis was actually quite difficult, and I found that on the high-carb diet, the caloric deficit that was needed to support slow and steady weight loss for around 6 weeks kept me in mild ketosis quite consistently. In the short term, the experiment actually worked quite well. I did lose scale weight, but I couldn't afford to travel and pay for another DEXA scan to verify whether I'd lost significant muscle. But my subjective feeling was that I probably did. However, in the months that followed, I regained that weight, including the muscle in my legs, and I actually felt kind of weak in my climbing and a bit prone to minor tweaky injuries. That might have been coincidental, I can't know that, but my sense is that this experiment was a short-term success and a long-term failure. At other times in the past few years, between trying to eat various forms of higher carb diets, I've returned to the keto diet, and I've found that all the benefits that I liked the first time returned, including reduction in hunger between meals, more steady energy supply, and resultant fat loss. So the end result of my experiments is that I still view the ketogenic diet as personally my most favoured dietary approach, with the best balance of achieving a low body fat percentage with the fewest downsides and several other advantages. And in the next section, I'm going to summarise some of the other benefits of keto that I experienced, and then I'll go through the downsides I experienced and also the ones that are commonly cited by other people. Although I've just talked about body fat and body composition, I want to say something about appetite and hunger as a separate discussion. I hope that it's already clear that hunger and appetite are correlated to, but not completely tied to, how much fat that you actually carry. They are dependent on other inputs, including the type of food that you eat. And as I say, I experienced both fat loss and reduction in hunger at the same time on the keto diet, and that to me is a huge win. Most other dietary strategies for weight loss trade those two things off against each other. On a mixed diet, the first thing I would think about when waking in the morning was eating breakfast. I would have to eat breakfast straight away after getting up, and I was basically incapable of doing anything useful before eating first. And after meals, I was physically full, but rarely, if ever, experienced satiety between meals. I would quickly just become hungry again, and I just thought, well, that's just me, and I thought there was nothing that I could do about it. That wasn't a disaster or anything, it was more of a mild annoyance. But over the years, it does begin to grate. And if I'd imagined that there was actually a solution to it, I would have definitely grabbed it with both hands without any question. And during every meal, I'd be already thinking about my next meal. I constantly suffered from a strong dissonance about my appetite. I wondered why others considered me to be a driven and obsessive athlete, and yet I couldn't seem to control this one aspect. And I really wanted to understand why. And I have to say that this question eventually did begin to really bother me. And the light bulb moment was around 2 weeks into my first proper keto experiment while I was in the Magic Wood in Switzerland. I'd been out in the woods, I'd been trying hard on projects for hours, and then climbing on easier problems, and then wandering all over the hillside, looking at future climbs to go and try. So I'd basically been out exercising for about 8 hours. It was getting dark, and I was packing my rucksack, and I found my boiled eggs that I brought with me for my lunch. And I remember saying out loud, "Oh, I've forgotten to eat my lunch." And that was the first time that sentence had ever crossed my lips. Normally I'd be ravenous, and it really hit me that my climbing performance would have gone off a cliff hours ago on a mixed diet. That really struck me that something was significantly different in how my body was handling dietary and stored energy. On a mixed diet in the previous years, I'd have taken a good probably 1,000 calories with me to the crag for a full day out, and I'd be rationing out my food throughout the day and trying to resist eating all of it before it was even lunchtime. To be clear, I still ate that 1,000 calories, but it no longer mattered if I ate them now or when I got home. A second moment that really struck me was a few months later, in midwinter, when I'd been keto for about 3 or 4 months, and I returned to an old winter climbing project that I'd failed on once before in 2008, when I was climbing really well. On that attempt, I'd taken around 2 hours of very sustained climbing to get to the crux of this pitch, which was on a bulge. I'd been quite pumped for most of that 2 hours, but there was actually a decent rest before the crux roof itself. Nonetheless, after a couple of forays out across the roof, I just had to sit on the gear and lower off and just give up. And it's not because I fell off, but just because I'd run out of energy. And likely my glycogen stores were running out and I just had nothing else to give. But when I returned in 2016 in my ketogenic state, it still took me about 2 hours to regain my high point on the pitch, and I was just as pumped and scared on the way up there. However, when I reached the roof and my old gear that I'd lowered off before, I felt completely fine and completely fresh. And so I was able to just scrap my way through the crux and succeeded on the route. And even more than that, when I was walking out by head torch in the late evening and approaching the car near the foot of the mountain, I noticed that I still felt really fresh and I basically didn't feel tired. Normally, I would be counting the steps back to the car and collapsing in a heap and scrambling for some food in the car. But I felt that time that if I had to, I could turn around and go and do the route again. And for obvious reasons, that sustained supply of energy has pretty big advantages in mountaineering. I'm going to discuss glycogen in more detail a bit later on, but I want to note here that I did also find ways to run low on glycogen during hard mix climbing on a keto diet. And when I say run low, I'm just being careful with my words. You don't really run out of glycogen in a normal setting, but I do mean that I could make myself bonk on a keto diet, but only when stacking fasting and hard mixed routes on top of keto. I remember running quite close to bonking on another first ascent of a grade 9 on Ben Nevis in that same season, but that was after a hard training session on my board the night before, when I'd been doing some fasting during the recent days. I'd led this really scary pitch and it took a huge amount of energy, and then on the following pitch, or the second pitch of the route, I did feel that my arms were starting to fail. I still got up the pitch, but I did notice that the energy was running really quite low. So although I found that energy availability was better and more consistent on keto, there were specific circumstances under which I could bottom out on glycogen. Anyway, I'll go into more detail in that a bit later. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the mood effects of the keto diet, since I already made a video about this some time ago, which I'll link to. I just want to summarise what I said in that video, which was that I'd suffered from mild to moderate depressive symptoms for essentially my whole adult life, and I noticed a very marked and obvious improvement within maybe a month of starting the keto diet. One thing I didn't really add in that video was that I've casually observed that at times when I've added back more Western foods, such as refined grains, I've had a recurrence of those symptoms. Not in a complete or a kind of binary way, like turning off on and off a switch, but it is definitely noticeable. I still strongly notice that on any type of keto diet, especially a carnivore diet, I do feel noticeably calmer a lot of the time, with a general absence of irritability or short temper when external things in my life aren't going very well. The converse is true if I'm eating a lot of carbs. However, I wouldn't read too much into that because these sensations are very difficult to interpret objectively. So I'm a 43-year-old athlete and I've fallen off a lot of cliffs. I've injured my fingers, my shoulders, my elbows, my knees, my ankles, and all of those things numerous times in the past. I have had my fair share of battle scars, as I'm sure many of you guys do as well. The worst of these in my case was definitely my broken ankles, which have been broken and surgically repaired numerous times, and there are several cartilage defects on the articular surfaces of my talocrural joints, and no doubt others as well. On the keto diet, I felt that these did feel slightly better in the months that followed, but it's hard to know if they were just getting better anyway. I also had the feeling that the prolonged fasting experiments that I've done, which again I'm going to discuss in a separate episode, did precede times when my ankle function seemed to make a noticeable improvement, with a decrease in pain during walking and running. Teasing out exactly what's going on there is extremely difficult, and to be honest, I'm not sure I'm ready to even try and do that. I'll just briefly note here that keto diets and carnivore diets and fasting all have several theoretical mechanisms by which they could influence joint pain. None of them have been properly studied, so it's fair to call them scientifically plausible, but yet to be tested. And those would include the following. They would be modulation of autoimmune effects on joint cartilage via restoration of normal gut barrier function, augmentation of the endogenous antioxidant system, reduction in oxidative damage to mitochondria from certain ingredients in food or impaired gut barrier function from oxidative damage, reduction of cartilage degradation from accumulation of so-called advanced glycation end products, AGEs, or improvement of key amino acids such as glycine and proline, which are important in collagen health, or improved methylation status, and various others. As far as I can see, it's not currently possible from the literature to suggest which, if any, of those factors are actually important. As with the rest of this video, I've just been looking for mechanisms in the literature that could explain the changes that I've experienced myself. Maybe those changes would have happened anyway, maybe not, I don't know. Overall, my subjective sense is that the diet has helped my joint function, mainly by reducing pain in joints that were already damaged from trauma. Whether the diet changes could help prevent damage in the joints of young healthy athletes that haven't yet fallen off and hit the ground is a question that I do not know the answer to. However, the epidemiology does show correlations that I hope biomedical science will pay attention to. Daniel Lieberman, who is a scientist I really respect a lot, wrote a nice paper on the changes in osteoarthritis in modern populations and concluded that they couldn't be explained by changes in exercise patterns and that some other phenomenon must be in play. It's plausible that that could be nutrition, or it could be the interface between nutrition and the immune system. In previous years, I used to get a good few colds every year, right through my adult life, and I never counted them, but I'd guess that in a given year I'd probably have 2 quite bad colds lasting the best part of a week, and a further 1 or 2 minor ones lasting, a couple of days. You could view this as being not really a big deal, but let's say this adds up to a maximum of 4 weeks of high quality training weeks that you would lose out of every year, and I think that's quite significant. And the thing is, sometimes those colds would occur at really key moments, like during a trip when you're really close to a project, and so they're kind of bad timing, so they really do affect your climbing. So they are worthy of consideration. In 2014, I did actually speak to my doctor about it because I wondered if I might actually have Lyme's disease, and I discussed testing for this. But my doctor felt that my exposure to viruses via my young daughter, who was at nursery at the time, was a more likely explanation, and perhaps he was right. Since 2015, I've had exactly 0 respiratory illnesses of any kind: cold, flu, coronavirus, anything else. Again, that could be entirely coincidental. But every winter, I think, surely this winter I'm going to catch something. But even when Claire, my wife, and Frida, my daughter, catch them, I seem to escape them, so far at least. There is some literature in animals showing that rats that are put on a keto diet have more immunity to infection with flu, and there's a couple of other papers discussing the possibility that keto diets might improve immunity. But I think the data is pretty scant on the whole. I also wonder if it's more plausible that the fact I also started to pay more attention to vitamin D could explain the change. But whatever caused the change in me, whether it was coincidental or not, then I'm going to take that extra month of training per year and I'm going to run with it. Okay, so in this section of the video, I'm going to discuss the downsides that I experienced on the keto diet, which is quite a short list, and also some scientific data on the theoretical health consequences of following this diet in the long term. There were 3 downsides of my diet changes in my personal experience. The first I've already mentioned, which was a gain of a fair bit of muscle over the course of a few years, such that I had to think about ways in which I might constrain further gains of non-functional muscle, or even shed some of it. This is really an ongoing issue for me, and having made one stab at this issue described a minute ago, which was a bit of a failure. Another option that I might consider is looking at a keto diet, which is a little bit lower in protein. And if I ever do this, it's something I'll do very carefully with my eyes open, with the help of reading both the scientific literature and monitoring my blood panels. Lower protein diets in general are not something that I'd recommend playing with lightly. Well, there's a fair bit of evidence that increasing protein intake is quite safe, right up to some pretty insanely high levels, without any adverse effects reported. It wouldn't be too desirable to go too low in protein intake, especially if your protein is coming from inferior sources, by which I mean plant sources. However, in the context of a keto diet and high quality protein, it would be interesting to see what effect lowering my protein intake just a little bit had on my body composition. It may not result in any loss of muscle mass, and perhaps it might just constrain further gains, so it could prevent me from becoming too muscular. It could also blunt strength gains from training, or maybe a bit of both. If it were both, I wonder what the net effect would balance out to, given the strength to weight trade-offs in rock climbing. There is only one way to find out with these experiments, and to me this is what sports and sports science is all about, which is taking calculated risks. There's a non-zero chance that this or any other diet change could fail and make me worse at climbing, and that's a risk that I'm willing to take. I'm also acutely aware that my current diet could in fact be a failure in comparison to an experiment that I've not yet run. So I may already be taking a risk and paying the price. I'm less comfortable with sticking with the status quo and risking never finding out if there was actually a better way. My whole raison d'etre, if you like, in sport is to take calculated risks and find out. Others might be different, and that's totally fine. A second downside to the diet is related to what I've just said, which is that I'm trying these things out precisely because I'm not sure what's going to happen. In some people's eyes, this is viewed as dangerous or even foolish, and I don't share that view. To me, it was dangerous and foolish to have been blind to the enormous improvements in both my performance and my quality of life that I've just described to you. The randomised controlled trials that detail exactly who might achieve each of those benefits in all those different areas, weight, health, mood, etc., are not going to happen in my lifetime, probably. One has to deal with the evidence at hand, and in my view, by experimenting, I reduced my risk of getting it wrong. One of the great things about diet experiments is that if it goes badly, you can just stop and go back to where you were. There is the question of eating disorders, which can be difficult to reverse, and I have seen some dietitians say that they believe that diet changes such as ketogenic diets can cause the development of eating disorders. There isn't evidence of causation there that I've seen. There is correlation between the two, and I saw this in my own research study of climbers recently. But if there is a causal relationship, there is a question which is unanswered as far as I know, which is, in which direction does the arrow of causation run? It seems to me more plausible that people with or prone to disordered eating would gravitate towards a diet which is highly effective for weight control and appetite regulation. It was also my personal experience that the diet massively improved my feelings and attitudes towards eating and made them much healthier because it helped me to normalise my appetite and no longer have to keep fighting it all the time. There is also evidence that a ketogenic diet has been used as a successful treatment for binge eating disorder. That paper is a case series and not a randomised controlled trial. But if the ketogenic diet were a cause of eating disorders, it's unlikely that it would be effective as a treatment for them. Anyway, my point here is that by adopting a diet that's different, you will stand out and you will be questioned on it, and you might even be attacked for it. Especially if you're honest and you say, I'm trying this to find out what happens and not necessarily because I can be certain that it will work. It does help to know some of the literature on diet and nutrition, although that's obviously not easy for everyone to do. But overall, this is not a huge deal. Lots of people eat special diets all over the world. There are lots of ways to approach dealing with them, and this is a relatively minor issue. The third and least important downside was that by eating a low-carb diet most of the time, I could no longer frequently eat bread, sweets, chips, scones, sugary carbs. that kind of thing that I did enjoy eating on a regular basis before. And that is just a cost-benefit choice, and it's one that I'm happy to make. That's just the bottom line. Some carb foods that I used to enjoy, like rice and pasta, maybe beans, lentils, I no longer miss them at all. My palate has just changed, and I never thought I would say that those foods just seem kind of bland and unappealing to me now. I'll never really miss them. But scones, especially my scones, some chips and the odd sweet dessert, I did enjoy, and I would eat them if they fitted into my dietary and performance goals. And of course, I can occasionally eat them, and I might discuss this more in a separate episode, but just briefly, I find that the more occasional I make them, the easier it is all round. Many voices in the nutrition space advocate for moderation as a general dietary approach. However, I would say that I've broken myself against that advice for too many years. It's just too painful for me. If I eat one scone or something like that, my brain will crave another for several days, and I've got to fight that. If I just don't eat the scone, I don't have to fight that. And some people are different. I personally know professional athletes who greatly prefer a moderation approach, and that's totally fine. But I must say that despite the ubiquity of advice to apply moderation as a technique in dietary practice, people who actually do well and feel comfortable with this for extended periods do seem to me to be surprisingly rare. I've often heard nutrition professionals say that the ketogenic diet is unsustainable. But that's rarely followed up with a clear criteria of exactly what they mean by this. But often the discussion is in the context of the diet being difficult to adhere to. I suspect this issue of the utility of moderation may be a key element in adherence to the keto diet. In my experience, moderation just made it infinitely harder to adhere to the diet. It just put me on a roller coaster of provoking and then fighting cravings. I agree that it's difficult to sustain that sort of strategy. Instead, longer periods of abstinence from foods that triggered cravings made the diet far easier to adhere to, and really quite easy to adhere on the whole. With all that said, I do still occasionally have a scone, or have some chips, or some custard, or some cake. But if I'm on a keto diet, I just make this every month or every few months rather than once a week. Once a week is just a recipe for failure for me. It just turns into twice a week, and so on. But if I make it a really occasional thing and just recognise that in the following few days there will be some cravings to be aware of, then it's fine. I would say this is sort of similar to the way that I deal with alcohol, which is something that I'm asked about a surprising amount by other climbers. I do drink alcohol on occasion, and it's usually once, like one drink, maybe about once a year. Actually, it's been I think 3 years since I last had any. I just don't make it part of my routine because it doesn't fit in my life goals. Your life goals might be different, but if I feel that if I'm constantly walking a line between wanting to drink some alcohol and whether I'm going to be able to train or perform at my best the next day, I just feel like I'm fighting myself. It's just easier just to make a choice. And so every year or so, there'll be like a gig or a meet up with good friends in a pub. And that's a kind of unusual and special occasion. I'll drink and face the hangover, and then I won't again for the other 363 days of the year, since hangovers take me 2 days, not one, these days. Okay, so a summary of the whole of the benefits and downsides of the ketogenic diet for me. Overall, I would say it's been an absolutely massive positive in my life and my athletic performance. And at the moment, I would be surprised if I don't decide to continue to make use of it quite frequently for the rest of my life. There is still a huge amount that I've got to learn about it though. It's a training tool, and how best to wield it still has a lot of unanswered questions for me. I feel like I'm slowly getting closer to homing in on a strategy that works well for me, but I'm obviously interested in how it might impact other athletes, both in terms of climbing, in sport in general, and also in health. And that seems like a good place to discuss some of the scientific literature on ketogenic diets with respect to both health and sport performance, and those are the next sections. I'll go into sport performance last, but I'm going to start with a question that many people have, which is the ketogenic diet unhealthy? The short answer is there is no evidence that makes me think that the ketogenic diet is an inherently unhealthy diet, and some evidence that it is healthy. Of course, there are plenty of people out there on the internet, including in professional nutrition, who think otherwise, and I'll briefly discuss the main strands of evidence that worries them and why it doesn't worry me, generally speaking. I'm going to make one important caveat before I even start this discussion, which is you can make any diet unhealthy. If you ate a ketogenic diet that relied heavily on peanut oil or peanut butter and keto fat bomb cakes, and you avoid meat and eggs and other nutrient-dense foods, then I have little doubt that it will affect your health negatively eventually. Alternatively, you could use the appetite regulation of a keto diet to compound underfueling as an athlete. In other words, you can use it to supercharge the effects of disordered eating. That will sabotage your health good style. These are examples of unnecessarily sabotaging the diet. What I'm talking about here is a ketogenic diet that is applied with some nutritional good sense, what is often referred to as a well-formulated ketogenic diet. I also want to say that I'm going to keep this section briefer than it could be because I want to give more detail in this episode to the evidence on keto diets and sport performance. I can expand on these thoughts in future episodes if you guys would like that, and there have been multiple books and thousands of scientific papers written on what I'm about to whiz through in just a few minutes. My aim here is just to give you a taster of why I'm happy to eat a keto diet indefinitely, should I wish to do so. This health aspect is important for us athletes to consider. It's not just related to a far-off concern about potential health issues later in your life. Excellent health is the absolute foundation of athletic performance and the capacity to actually train. If you've ever lost your health to a medical condition or regained it successfully after resolving a condition, then you'll appreciate just how crippling poor health is. A diet that's inherently unhealthy is just a non-starter for achieving your athletic potential in the medium or long term. In the short term, sure, you can get away with it, but hopefully, if you're the type of athlete who is motivated enough to sit through this entire video, then you, like me, care about the longer term outlook. So, the first concern is saturated fat. Obviously, a ketogenic diet that's at maintenance calories derives much of its energy from fat, and in many cases, this can mean that saturated fat could form more than the 10% of total calories that's currently recommended in the UK and various other countries. Concern over saturated fat is a storm that has raged in the nutrition world for about half a century now. The hangover from that remains in the dietary guidelines in many Western countries, which still recommend a limit on saturated fat intake, usually to 10% of calories. However, a huge amount of research has gone into actively trying to prove that saturated fat is indeed harmful, especially for cardiovascular disease. However, in general, the larger and better designed the studies have been, the more convincingly they have falsified this idea. Given the decades and millions, if not billions of dollars that have gone into research to show the harms of saturated fat, the notable absence of anything to show for this increases my confidence that it is in fact a fairly safe thing to eat, at least in the context of a lower carb diet. And I currently derive a fair proportion of my energy calories from saturated fat. Let's start off looking at the observational studies which observe people that eat diets higher or lower in saturated fat and then follow them over many years to see how many die and of what diseases. The concern over fat took off with a paper by Ansel Keys which preceded the famous 7-country study showing a clear correlation between fat intake and cardiovascular death. However, the dataset used by Keys did have 22 countries, and Keys excluded the rest for reasons that still seem unknown. When the data from all the countries was included, and published as a later study, the association was weaker and a bit more complex, with very different associations between nutrient intakes and deaths depending on what type of death you look at. Since then, a large number of associational studies or reviews or meta-analyses of those studies have been done. And generally, where populations living in the US have been studied, there have been statistically significant associations. Nevertheless, the relative risk values are still tiny. However, several studies performed in European countries or in Asia, or just in a wider global cohort, the association often runs in the opposite way. That is to say, people who eat the most saturated fat tend to live longer and have less cardiovascular disease. In 2016, in a study of 42 European countries using the Filestat database, you can see the correlations between different types of food and cardiovascular mortality. That's people that die of cardiovascular disease. Looking at table 1 of that paper, the deeper blue colours indicate stronger negative correlations, i.e. the more of that thing people eat, the less likely they are to die of the condition. The brown boxes indicate positive correlations. The more of that food people eat, the more likely they are to die of the condition. We can see that of all the foods, total fat and animal protein have the strongest negative correlation with a coefficient of -81. Some epidemiological researchers would be tempted to call this a protective effect, making the jump to assume that eating more meat and fat actually protects you against cardiovascular disease. It is of course possible that that is true, but it's not correct to say that this data shows this. The correlation doesn't automatically mean causation. However, it's important to note that if eating lots of meat and saturated fat actually did cause cardiovascular disease, this is the opposite of what we would expect to see here. It's possible that the correlation could be masked by other confounders. Such is the weakness of epidemiological research. So this data on its own doesn't falsify the idea that saturated fat or meat causes cardiovascular disease, but I would say that it does undermine it. It doesn't matter how you separate out the data. If you look at animal protein, animal fat, dairy fat, beef and pork fat, or meat, it all strongly correlates with better cardiovascular health. Conversely, cardiovascular death correlates positively and strongly with total energy intake from plant foods, plant fats, plant proteins, as well as some individual foods like sunflower oil and cereals. In order to make a point about this type of research, I'll also note here that beer and refined sugar also correlate negatively with cardiovascular disease. Does that seem weird to you? The more you scrutinise all these correlations and try to construct some sort of inference about what's causing disease, the more you might be tempted to distrust the whole dataset. If that's what you're thinking, then I agree. This sort of research just lacks the power to be able to reach reliable conclusions about cause and effect. And that's why when the hypotheses that it generates are put to the test in clinical trials that can show cause and effect, the hypotheses are shown to be false most of the time. People often point out that associational data was what showed us that smoking caused lung cancer. However, comparing this with nutritional epidemiology does not support the use of nutritional epidemiology for two reasons, I would say. To start with, the early studies on smoking did a better job of controlling for confounding variables, such as by recruiting doctors who either smoked or didn't smoke. When this control over the sample is done in nutritional epidemiology, there is no difference in mortality between people who eat meat or don't eat meat, for example. More importantly, the effect sizes in smoking were orders of magnitude bigger, ranging from an 1,100 to 2,400% increase in risk as a smoker. The probability of this being a causal effect is much larger, and in epidemiology, relative risk values below 2, i.e. a 100% increase in risk, are usually considered to be too small to be worthy of further study, much less forming the basis for public health policy, at least on their own. The reason the nutrition research and public health bodies do rely on it is because of the difficulty of running actual experiments in nutrition, which are very costly and challenging. The basic argument is we can't get good data, so we'll have to make do with bad data. And many scientists are now arguing that bad data appears to be worse than no data in nutrition because it's actively leading us to policies that are actually worsening public health. And I think this is valid, and it's actually a critical point. So if nutritional epidemiology is so poor, then why discuss it at all? Well, that's a fair question, and there are plenty of folk calling for this form of research to actually be abandoned altogether because it's so unreliable. But I think it can tell us something useful. If we run study after study and consistently see tiny effect sizes that barely scrape statistical significance, and those effects lie on either side of zero, we might gain some confidence that the actual association is in fact zero. Alternatively, we might notice that the studies showing more saturated fat seems to associate with better health tend to lie outside of the US. That might raise the hypothesis that it's something about the American diet or lifestyle that is a covariate of saturated fat intake. That's actually what's worth looking at. All of this can be addressed, of course, in actual scientific experiments as opposed to just observing populations. I'll come to those experiments in just a second, but I just want to say before moving on that the largest and most rigorous epidemiological studies provide a similar view on saturated fat to the studies just discussed. For example, the PURE study, which looked at 18 countries across 5 continents, found that increased intake of either total fat, saturated fat, or other types of fat associated with lower death from any cause or with cardiovascular disease. And like Pavel Grasgruber's Falstad study, it also found that increased carbohydrate associated with higher all-cause mortality. The picture was similar when the PURE study data was analysed for dairy intake. Increased intake of dairy associates with better outcomes for death of any cause as well as cardiovascular death, and this finding has been repeated in numerous other reviews and meta-analyses of observational studies. I mentioned dairy because, of course, it's a big source of saturated fat in the Western diet. And I'd just like to make one more point before discussing the trials. In a minute, I'll go into some detail on the methodology of observational studies and why I don't trust their findings on low-carb diets and all-cause mortality. One might make the criticism that I've not done the same for observational studies just discussed, and that might fit the bias that I might have. I just want to note that those studies also have deep problems as well, and to be clear about what conclusions that I actually draw from them. Essentially, I draw no conclusions from them, and I agree broadly with researchers John Ioannidis, Edward Archer, and others, that this form of research is grossly limited in what it can tell us, and I bring it up primarily to show that these studies, flawed as they are, just come out as a wash. They don't show a consistent pattern that eating fat or saturated fat associates with disease or death. I think John Ioannidis summarised it best when he said that these types of observational studies represent an accurate picture of the prevailing bias in the population. But what about the trials? If you spend time on the vegan websites, as I do, you'll often see folks such as Michael Greger speaking about Dean Ornish's trial of a low-fat diet, citing this as the only trial to have shown reversal of coronary artery disease. Unfortunately, this does not provide any evidence that the low-fat diet was beneficial for a very simple reason. Trials are considered good quality scientific evidence in large part because they attempt to isolate a single variable such as fat intake to see if it really is fat intake and not some other confounder that caused the differences in outcomes. But Ornish's trial actually deliberately added several confounders, if you like, because the intervention consisted of smoking cessation, exercise, group support, stress management, such as meditation, and the low-fat diet. The title of the paper is Can Lifestyle Changes Reverse Coronary Heart Disease? It's a good title, and the study showed evidence that it could change one metric positively, but actually others negatively if you look at the triglyceride results in those outcomes. It did not show that the low-fat diet could reverse heart disease. That would have required a completely different study design. I'm not necessarily criticising the design of the study, by the way. It's important to ask the research question, can a whole lifestyle change make a difference to this disease? My only criticism is for people like Michael Greger, who used this to claim something that the study did not test. A much larger trial of the low-fat diet, the largest ever conducted in nutrition, was the Women's Health Initiative. It was run on 49,000 women, and 19,500 of them were randomised to an intervention group, which counselled them to reduce their intake of total fat and replace this with increased fruit and vegetable and grain intake. Over 8 years, the trial made no difference to the incidence of cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, or stroke. The other disease outcomes they measured were breast cancer and colorectal cancer incidence, and reducing fat intake made no difference to those outcomes either. Interestingly, by reducing their fat intake, the 19,000 women also reduced their total calorie intake by an average of 362 calories every day during the study period, and that is actually a really impressive number. And yet, their weight was only 1 pound lighter than the control group. That was statistically significant because of the huge size of the study, but it's obviously clinically insignificant. Some other really interesting trials have been done on saturated fat. Probably the most interesting to mention here is the Minnesota coronary experiment. The researchers actually stated with this trial that they set out to definitively prove that saturated fat was harmful in terms of cardiovascular health. The study was performed in the early 1970s and it could never be repeated today for two reasons. First, because it was extremely costly. And this was back when governments invested proper money in biomedical science rather than outsourcing it to pharmaceutical companies who obviously just want to develop drugs that are profitable. Secondly, it was performed on 9,000 men and women who were residents of various mental hospitals around Minnesota. So their diets could be completely controlled and observed for years on end. This got around a major problem in nutritional experiments. To put people on a diet long enough for it to impact their health, it's very difficult to stay on the diet or know that research subjects have actually stuck to the diet. Today, it would be considered unethical to run this study without proper consent, but the fact that the study was done really is a very important piece of data in understanding the health effects of saturated fat. The hospital residents' diets were completely controlled for 5 years. One half were considered at what was at the time a normal amount of saturated fat, which was 18% of total calories. That is, of course, nearly double the recommendations in many countries now. The other half were given 9% of calories as saturated fat. Instead, the saturated fat was replaced with unsaturated alternatives using soy oil. To put that in context, today the UK population eats around 11% of calories as saturated fat, lower than in past decades, in part because red meat consumption has been falling in Western populations for quite a few decades. Reducing the saturated fat of these people by half made no difference to the number of people who died during the study period. These subjects had quite a wide spectrum of age, and the component of the cohort who were over 65 and thus more likely to die, there was a marked worsening in the survival curves of those who reduced their saturated fat intake. Unfortunately, since this was a reanalysis of the original data, the raw data couldn't be accessed, and so we don't actually know if this difference was statistically significant. Which brings us to another important point about this study, which itself was one of the most important studies ever done on fat and health, since it was so large and so well controlled. The study was planned and funded as the end-all study to show whether saturated fat was indeed harmful or not. And so one would expect that such a large trial would be published in a major medical journal and have a large influence on dietary policy, since heart disease was and still is a huge public health concern. You can only speculate if this would have happened if the results had actually been different. The primary outcome measure of the study was whether lowering cholesterol by replacing saturated fat with unsaturated plant fats would cause a reduction in heart disease death. However, as it turned out, the more the subjects lowered their cholesterol, the more likely they were to die. In the autopsy data from the intervention group who reduced their saturated fat, 41% showed at least one heart attack. And in the control group who ate a higher amount of saturated fat, it was 22%. There were no differences between groups in terms of the presence of atherosclerosis in their arteries. This was obviously not what the researchers were expecting, and I'm still kind of gobsmacked that as a result, the study was effectively buried. Only a few of the results were actually published, and the rest were completely omitted. The paper was published in quite an obscure journal, and the lead scientist on the study, Ivan Franz, freely admitted that this was a deliberate move. In Gary Taubes' book, excuse me, if you're formally trained in nutrition, then it's customary to spit when that name is mentioned. In Gary's book, Good Calories, Bad Calories, he interviewed Franz while he was still alive, and Franz said, "We just didn't like how it came out." Eventually, it came to be published because Christopher Ramsden, a researcher who I respect a lot and would recommend reading all of his papers, tried to track down the original data to reanalyse it. He contacted Ivan France's son, who drove to his family home and eventually found the original data tapes in a box in the basement. Ramsden reanalysed them and published the results on cholesterol and mortality in the BMJ in 2016. In the same year, he also reanalysed and published the results of the Sydney Heart Trial, which unbelievably was also only partially published. Apparently because the researchers ran out of funds to complete the detailed mortality analysis. It showed that in a controlled experiment, reducing cholesterol by reducing saturated fat intake and replacing it with polyunsaturated linoleic acid led to increased rates of death, including from coronary heart disease. Now, cholesterol lowering, and particularly LDL cholesterol, remain highly controversial topics. You'll find very smart people on the internet and in the scientific literature at absolute loggerheads over this issue. I encourage you to read that literature for yourself, and I want to make two things totally clear at this point. First is that I myself have not drawn clear conclusions at this point on cholesterol and cholesterol lowering. And second, it's important to note that the vast majority of doctors would likely still advise you to eat a diet that keeps your LDL cholesterol on the low side. But in a way, cholesterol is kind of tangential to the discussion that's the focus of this video about the utility of keto diets for the following reason. Keto diet or not, you can manipulate your total cholesterol, LDL-C, etc. quite easily with diet. If you're on a keto diet and you're concerned about aspects of your lipids, you can just modify them and put them in the range you wish without exiting the keto diet. For example, you could increase slightly the carbohydrate content of the diet, including with fibrous sources, and shift your fats in favour of monounsaturated or even polyunsaturated fats, especially those coming from plant sources. That's not something I would personally want to do for several reasons. I'm just saying that if you want to move your lipid values that you're concerned about, that would be a way to approach it. Just for completeness, I should say that in all my own blood tests, I've personally been reasonably happy with my lipids. I don't think they're perfect. I'd still like to see my triglycerides a little bit lower yet, perhaps. They have come down since my mixed diet, but still could be lower. But my total cholesterol, for all that's worth, has stayed in the normal range. My LDL cholesterol has stayed mostly in the normal range, but at its highest, usually when I'm a bit leaner and restricting carb intake a bit more, has only crept just out of the reference range at 121 milligrams per decilitre. This is consistent with the literature that shows that elite endurance athletes on very low carb diets, who are rather leaner than I am, appear to have quite large increases in LDL cholesterol. The reasons for this are still speculative really, but if you're interested to read more, you could read Jeff Volek's paper on this. Another thing to be aware of is acute changes in lipids that associate with changes in weight, i.e. energy storage or mobilization by the body. Acute changes could mask a longer term pattern, and that's something to be aware of if measuring your cholesterol or lipids during a period of adaptation to a new diet, which may also cause changes in stored fat mass. LDL cholesterol is known to increase markedly while weight loss is occurring. A reliable way to greatly increase your LDL-C is to fast, and a reliable way to get LDL to drop dramatically is actually to eat large amounts of saturated fat. I'm not personally concerned about my own LDL creeping a few milligrams per decilitre out of the reference range. For one, the target range for LDL-C differs quite widely across different countries. Second, the available data shows that in the context of higher HDL and low triglycerides, which I have, elevated LDL above 130 milligrams per decilitre confers a very poor association with cardiovascular risk. And thirdly, many studies, this one from Japan being the latest, show that people with the highest LDL show better survival from all causes. This is often attributed to reverse causality, but I'm not convinced that the shape of the curve would look like this if LDL causally shortened life. Please be clear that I'm not saying that elevated LDL-C, even in the context of an otherwise excellent blood profile that often associates with low-carb diets, low triglycerides, high HDL, low CRP, etc., doesn't still increase the risk of atherosclerosis and coronary heart disease. I don't know whether it does or not from the available evidence. You might read that evidence and come to conclusions that are different right now. All I'm saying here is that I'm not ready to do that just yet. I continue to read with interest the data that's coming out all the time on this aspect of physiology. If my LDL-C ever skyrocketed while HDL remained high and triglycerides or triglyceride to HDL ratio and CRP remained very low, would I be concerned? I'd certainly be interested, and that would probably have me scouring the literature a fair bit more than I have done so far. But I think that good data showing cause for concern in this narrow context of the whole lipid profile I just described could be a challenge to find with respect to elevated native LDL which has not been oxidised and is of the large and buoyant subtype that associates with low-carb diets. Nevertheless, I ask myself the question, if my LDL-C is elevated, does my diet, lifestyle and other environmental exposures really protect me against seeing a proportion of that LDL or phospholipids on LDL becoming oxidised? I'm not sure I can say that with any confidence. But then I ask myself the question, if CRP and lipoprotein(a) remain low, should I worry? This recent study showed that LDL-C levels between 70 and 200 milligrams per deciliter were associated with better mortality outcomes, protective effects in their words, while LDL-C less than 70 and CRP over 2 associated with poorer outcomes. This study that just came out showed that LDL-C only associated with cardiovascular events if lipoprotein(a) was included in the measurement. There are a lot of unanswered questions here, but for now I'm happy with where I'm at lipid-wise, and if I weren't, I could easily fix this without exiting the keto diet. But I would always remind you that it's a good idea to discuss your lipid profile or any changes in it with your doctor. 3 other major concerns that people often have about the keto diet with respect to potential health effects are eating more meat, eating fewer vegetables, which sometimes come along with a carbohydrate load, and eating less fibre. In this video, please forgive me for skipping right past them for the sake of brevity. I would like to deal with them in detail in 2 future videos, which will be called Why I'm Not Vegan, and another which will be called My Experience with the Carnivore Diet. Those videos seem like better places to deal with the evidence on those aspects of diet. Do remember to subscribe to my channel to make sure you catch those, but these 3 concerns are not critical to a discussion of keto diets for a really simple reason. Keto diets can have as much or as little meat, vegetables or fibre as you want. In my first year of eating keto diets, I ate more vegetables and fibre than I've eaten in my whole life. I ate tons of green vegetables that grow above the ground, and I ate basically huge salads in every meal. If you're trying to squeeze your carb intake to less than 10 grams a day, then I guess it's possible to run into limits of how much green veg or low sugar fruits like berries that you could actually eat. But as I'll discuss later, this type of keto diet is more appropriate for the treatment of type 2 diabetes, obesity or neurological disorders. It's overkill, generally speaking, for an athlete's diet. If you want to, have at it with the salads. If you think that meat is unhealthy, despite there being no evidence for that, then just don't eat it. Vegan keto is not something that I would recommend. I don't think that basing your energy on plant fats and getting most or all of your protein from plants is a good idea at all. It also makes it even more difficult than a standard vegan diet to reach nutritional adequacy. But if you want to do it, you can do it. There are also other concerns that are sometimes raised, such as changes in thyroid hormone, in insulin, in IGF, and various other markers. I'm going to skip over these 2 and just say that broadly speaking, these seem to me to be adaptive changes rather than pathological on the whole. Moreover, they may be dependent on the type of keto diet that's employed. Some therapeutic keto diets for neurological diseases are extremely strict, and such as in their restriction of protein, and these may not be applicable to athletic keto diets, which may be more generous with all the macronutrients and so don't run into the same problems. There's just one more aspect of keto diets and health that I want to go through before moving on, and that's straight up death. As well as ploughing through associational studies looking at aspects of low-carb diets we just discussed and various specific conditions, some of you may have noticed a few headlines going around in recent years about low-carb diets resulting in increased rates of death, which I place in air quotes because we're still talking about associations and not experimental studies. There haven't been any experimental studies looking at low-carb diets of any form and following up to assess all-cause mortality. All-cause mortality is a nice measure since it's really the ultimate outcome folk care about when thinking about lifestyle and disease. If some lifestyle choice protects me against diabetes but gives me cancer instead, then I haven't won the game. Dead or alive is also easy to measure and less likely to suffer from bias. Over the past 7 years, there have been 3 reviews and meta-analyses of low-carb diets and mortality. They largely share the same 4 observational studies that are pooled for the meta-analyses of all-cause mortality. The first thing to note is that all 3 meta-analyses show tiny deviations from zero effect with low-carb diets associated with a relative risk for all-cause mortality of between 1.15 and 1.31. Given the methods used for data collection, the probability that numbers this close to zero are not due to forms of bias is pretty high. The second thing I note is that the first analysis had a 1.31 relative risk. The second, which added some more data from more recent studies, showed the relative risk at 1.2, and the third, with more data again, showed 1.15, i.e. the more studies that are added to the pooled data, the closer the outcome of the meta-analysis gets to a relative risk of 1, indicating no effect. There's also the issues of confounding. One of the studies included in the analysis showed that subjects eating the lowest amount of carbohydrate also ate more vegetable oils, polyunsaturated fats as a whole, and trans fats. But there are 2 bigger issues that I have with these reviews, which, in my view, seriously undermine them. First, the definition of low-carb diets. This is a problem that, in my mind, invalidates numerous studies done on low-carb diets and weight loss or diabetes as well. The carb intakes they use are defended because they are lower than the carb amounts eaten by the general population. They would say 35 or even 45% carbohydrate diets are low-carb diets. There is no accepted definition of what a low-carb diet is, and it would be difficult to come up with a robust definition. I think it's fair to say that most people I follow in the field of low-carb diets would think that 0 to 10% of calories as a fair range, especially for the purposes of testing the efficacy of the diet in a research setting. Perhaps 20% could be acceptable to some as a range limit for what they would call low carb. But surely when you get to 35% carb, things are likely to go awry for the following reason. In one of the studies included, which was Fung and colleagues, the lowest decile of carb intake studied was 35% carbohydrate in men and 37% carb in women. That is to say, the whole cohort split into 10 groups based on how much carbohydrate they ate. 37% carbs gets you a lot of foods that low-carb dieters of any type I would recognise are trying to avoid. Pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, 33% carb. Chip shop sausage supper, 31% carb. Donuts with cream filling, 35% carb. That gets you donuts, chips, custard, some pizzas, some ice cream, and you only have to shift that carb intake slightly towards 40 or 45% to capture a huge swathe of standard junk food. The study doesn't actually specify the carb percentages at each decile, but the 5th decile is 51% carb, and therefore, by placing the cutoff at a level that includes folks eating these foods, are we not just introducing a hopeless confounder? Is it a study of low-carbers eating steak and broccoli? Or is it a study of folks eating kebabs and deep-fried pizza? It might be both, but that still wouldn't tell us very much that's useful. And there is another really huge problem that highlights the need to scrutinise how these studies are done. Individual deciles of carbohydrate intake were used in a meta-analysis done by Noto and colleagues, but they were not actually reported in all the studies included in their analysis. Only the study by Fung and colleagues actually reported the deciles of carb intake. So what did they do for those other studies? Well, in order to compare the highest and lowest deciles, they just took the interdecile hazard ratio and multiplied it another 9 times to get a figure for the hazard ratio comparison between the lowest and highest deciles of carb intake. As far as I can see, this exaggerates the mortality effect that was actually found by those studies. For example, the Nielsen study did not find an association between carbohydrate intake and mortality. Moreover, if you go back to the Fung study, the only one which did report hazard ratios for each decile of carb intake, the increase in risk for going from low to high carb is not linear. In table 2 of that study, we can see that as we go from left to right across the table, from high carb to low carb, the highest risk is actually almost in the centre. And in general, the numbers are not following a coherent pattern. As an aside, the highest risk being in the centre actually makes sense to me. This macronutrient composition is where most Western junk food sits. So is it really representative of what these studies actually found to harvest the numbers as top and bottom deciles for the purposes of the meta-analysis? I would say no. In fact, it's at this point I would crumple up the study and throw it in the bin. In science, good studies are often referred to as an elegant experiment or an elegant design, and these meta-analyses, which are quite typical of others in nutritional epidemiology, are about as close to the opposite of an elegant piece of science as you can get. To me, they seem more like torturing the data with creative statistics and are wide open to the bias of the researchers who construct them. So what can we take from them, if anything? I would make 2 conclusions. 1, there is no evidence that low-carb diets will kill you earlier. And 2, if you're going to consider nutritional epidemiology studies to look at associations, it's important to read their methods sections and just spend a bit of time really getting to grips with how they've played with the numbers. So overall, I don't have any major concerns about the use of the keto diet with respect to health. I think it's fair to say that most people who use it do so for weight control. So I'm going to move on to ask why it works so well for this purpose. Now we get into one of the more difficult areas of this video, and I'll say up front that there are not really any complete answers here. A large number of studies support that low-carb diets are effective weight loss tools, at least out to the 6-month mark. However, almost any dietary approach can be used for weight loss in the short term. Short-term weight loss with calorie restriction is actually kind of a low bar to set, I would say. Most people can white-knuckle their way through a calorie-restricted diet and cutting out various types of foods such as carbs or fat or animal foods, plant foods, junk foods or alcohol. They can all help achieve a short-term shift in energy balance. The problem is, what do you do when that short-term commitment to suffer conscious calorie restriction becomes progressively more difficult over time? Some athletes, especially those with disordered eating, actually do this in the long term. It's not a healthy approach, and it's definitely not something that I would recommend. Really, I think what most people are looking for and rarely achieve is a way to reach and maintain a leaner state over the longer term, at the same time as eating to satiety and maintaining energy availability for life, which in our case as athletes means training and performing. Generally speaking, there are few studies that properly test keto diets in this context. Many of them are of limited usefulness simply because they don't really study low-carb diets. Their cutoffs for carb intake are too high. However, I do want to mention a couple of studies that I quite like. The first one is one of my favourite studies in this area because it controls for 3 of the major problems with weight loss studies comparing low and high carb diets. Firstly, it was an actual study of ketogenic diets. Many studies are just low carb diets, and these at best have only a slight advantage over low fat diets for weight loss. The ketogenic diet is not just a low-carb diet. Nutritional ketosis is a unique metabolic state, and I think it really needs to be considered as a separate class of dietary strategy compared to just low-carb. This is in part because ketones themselves are also biological signaling molecules as well as metabolic fuel, and so their presence directly influences energy sensing in the brain, energy metabolism in mitochondria, and the expression of many genes related to lots of aspects of physiological function. The second thing I really like about this study is that the researchers didn't just aim at a keto diet, they made sure that that is what was done all the way through the study. The ketogenic diet has a very useful feature, which is probably underutilized by both weight loss dieters and by researchers, which is that you can verify that you are actually in ketosis with a reliable biomarker, which is blood ketones. This study, which was done by Alex Buga and colleagues on military personnel, measured blood ketones, and so we know that the subjects were in ketosis essentially throughout the study duration. This not only verifies what it purports to study, which is weight loss from keto diets and not the ability of subjects to adhere to keto diets, but it also assists the subjects in actually knowing that they're achieving the state that they're aiming to achieve. It's not easy to radically shift to a very low carb diet, and a lot of people are not aware of the carb content of various foods. For example, things like sauces and coatings on foods and things like that. The third thing I really like about this study is it's not a study of semi-starvation. Anyone can voluntarily starve themselves for a while on any diet. If we control for calorie intake, we shouldn't expect much difference between diets, and that is broadly what we see in the literature. It is actually possible that there could be some minor differences in calorie expenditure across low carb and low fat diets. But that's an area of ongoing debate that I'm going to skip past for now, and I'm not actually convinced that it's important anyway. What is an interesting question is, does eating a keto diet cause you to spontaneously normalise your weight to a healthy weight while eating to satiety? And that's exactly what this study tested, and it compared a keto diet to a standard mixed diet of 40% carbs, eating ad libitum, which means as much as your appetite wants. So we know they achieved ketosis, we know they stayed in ketosis, and we know that they weren't starving. So what happened? Well, the control group maintained their weight, and the keto group lost 7.7 kilos on average in 3 months. That is actually quite an impressive weight loss. And if we dig into the details a bit more, they have a nice figure in the paper showing individual responses to each diet. You can see that there's a fair bit of variation in response, and that's normal. And this allows you to get an insight as to whether the group mean masks an effect where some people get worse and some people get better. In part A of the figure, you can see that, in fact, all of the individuals on the keto diet had an impressive weight loss and fat mass loss, and the body fat percentage changed is quite marked to me. Note that there was a statistically significant loss of 1.4 kilos of lean mass across the cohort. But whether this is clinically significant is not really clear to me, and I'm not concerned about it on the whole for the following reason. DEXA scanning takes in all lean mass in the body and not just muscle mass. You would expect that at least some of that mass would be accounted for by a reduction in glycogen stores, and some more could be lean mass losses unrelated to muscle protein. If you could control for these factors somehow, would there still be a lean mass loss? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Even if there was, I still think that the intervention is a pretty huge net gain for these individuals. And impressive though these results are, I mentioned a moment ago that it's really maintenance of lost weight, or better still fat, that is what's important, and that's what's challenging in overweight and obesity. Perhaps the folks in Alex Buga's study would regain that weight in due course, even if they stuck to the diet. No really long-term study of weight loss and weight maintenance on keto diets has actually been done where people stick to the diet. Usually what happens is they don't stick to the diet, and therefore that lost weight is regained. Based on this fact, many people believe that diets don't work for weight loss. I don't actually think that that's what the data actually says, generally speaking. It says that if you don't stick to diets, they don't work. And of course, sticking to diets is not easy. And I would say that that's because most diets are set up to fail. They are dependent on conscious calorie restriction, otherwise known as going hungry, which is otherwise known as suffering. They also often negatively affect metabolic rate in excess of what would be expected in relation to losing body weight. So is there anything special about the keto diet that makes it easier to stick to and therefore more likely to work in the long term for weight loss? Well, I would say yes and no. If, like most of us, you live in a diet culture where carbohydrate-rich food is pushed on you left, right and centre, that does make it harder to stick to, I would say. Even if you can tune out of marketing and availability issues in scenarios like eating out at restaurants, You still have to deal with being an outlier with friends and family and medical staff, and that's not a comfortable place to be for a lot of people. Being a professional athlete is an excellent training in being used to doing things differently from almost everyone, so I've got a huge advantage here. But I still have to defend my choices against both well-meaning curiosity from people and occasionally outright ridicule. People would ask me, don't you know the brain needs glucose, and don't you know you'll run out of glycogen for training? Don't you know that meat and fat are going to give you cancer and heart disease? And not everyone has done the necessary reading to easily unpack or dismiss these questions. Your doctor might well tell you outright that your diet is killing you. So it does take some confidence to look them in the eye and say, you've not got any evidence for that. And then there's the idea of sitting down with your family and eating a different meal to them. All of these factors need some skill and some time to manage, although they are surmountable. It's easier though just to stop. And to me this is a huge confounder in the weight loss studies that have been done so far. It wouldn't be easy to control for, but I think we should at least acknowledge its presence. On the flip side, the keto diet has a huge advantage over other weight loss diets, namely that conscious calorie restriction or calorie counting is not a prerequisite for success during either weight loss or weight maintenance. You don't need to go hungry, even a little bit, for it to work. The closest thing that we have to a long-term study of weight loss maintenance is the 2-year follow-up to the Virta Health study, which was published just the other year. And in this study, like Alex Boog, as I mentioned a moment ago, it gets a number of things right, and I think that's likely instrumental in the positive outcome in the study. They provided continuous support to help people with the challenges of implementation and maintenance of the diet, and part of that was group support to help people come into contact with others going through the same protocol and challenges. In that study, the keto intervention group lost 10% of their body weight, and as you can see, maintenance out to 2 years is pretty good and superior, I think it's fair to say, than most studies of this duration. The evidence is never complete though, and I would like to see longer trials done to make sure this is the case. This study does have an ongoing follow-up, so in another couple of years we'll see how these people are doing at the 5-year mark, and you should look out for that study. But as it stands, I think this is quite good support for the efficacy of the diet. A couple of caveats though. This study was done in obese type 2 diabetics and it wasn't randomised. It's not automatically applicable to athletes trying to get shredded abs, although studies of keto diets in athletes do consistently show weight loss of 2 to 3 kilograms. I still think these studies here have an important take-home message, which is that if you're going to try the keto diet, it's important to do it properly in order to see results. And that fits with my own experience that just a little less commitment to the details yielded no results to speak of at all. But conversely, going just a little bit further with effort to get the implementation right yielded 100% difference in outcome. One more study before I move on. A few years ago, a researcher, Chris Gardner, did a prominent study known as the Diet Fit study on weight loss with either low-carb or high-carb diets. It provided evidence for an important idea, which is that either low-carb or low-fat diets can be effective for weight loss. It also provided nice data that showed that there was considerable individual variability in the responses to either low-carb or low-fat diets. Some people on either strategy did well and lost weight, and others actually gained weight. The study did have an important feature, arguably a weakness, in that, again, the low-carb arm was actually pretty high carb. Their reasons for doing it this way are defensible. They wanted to find a level of carb restriction that the subjects felt comfortable with. Okay, I understand that, but I would say that that limits its usefulness as a test of low-carb diets. By the end of the study, the differences in carb intake between the groups was getting pretty laughably small. The notion that the degree of weight loss of low-carb diets should scale linearly with carb restriction possibly arises in part from Gary Taubes' popularisation of the hypothesis that the effectiveness of it was due to reductions in insulin area under the curve. I would have liked to see the DietFit study have a third arm that was ketogenic, and I would hypothesise that the results may well diverge quite markedly from the other two strategies of just medium low carb and medium low fat. However, I mention this study because recently I noticed that the same group have just published a follow-up analysis of their data, which I found really interesting. They decided to stratify their results by sex and to see if the low-carb or low-fat diets worked better in men or in women. And it turns out that the low-carb diet was significantly more effective than low-fat in men. But they also found out that adherence to the low-carb diet was significantly better in men than in women. And the researchers note that prior to randomization, their female participants reported a higher preference for low-fat foods. They discuss some other evidence suggesting that women may be more likely to view high-fat foods as fattening and thus be less likely to deal with eating lots of fat. To me, this study reinforces the point I'm trying to make here, which is that diet strategies only work if you actually do them. To eat a keto diet, you have to reduce carbs right down. And in order to achieve this without going hungry, you have to shed any fear of eating fatty foods. If you slash your intake of carbs without sufficient replacement with fat, you're likely to be hungry, struggle to feel and perform very well, and hence maintain results for any length of time. And obviously, if you stack calorie restriction, semi-starvation, on top of ketosis, you'll get accelerated short-term weight loss. But biology will intervene at some point and attempt to restore homeostasis. And in this state, you're essentially fighting yourself, and that's not something that I recommend. So I've just been talking about how well the keto diet works or doesn't work for weight control, but what about why it works? I hope you'll forgive me for sort of skimming over the top of this subject in this episode. I might bravely wade into the mess of complexity in a future episode, but I can tell you here that there are multiple competing hypotheses, and to be honest, it's perfectly possible that they could all be right to at least some degree, and also they might well overlap. One of the first that I already mentioned was popularised by Gary Taubes, which was that carbohydrate in and of itself is fattening because it raises the hormone insulin. A primary role of insulin, which occurs even at pretty modest concentrations, is that insulin shuts down lipolysis. That is to say, it prevents fat cells from releasing their fat into circulation to be burned for energy. In this way, the hypothesis has been thought of in simple terms as fat being trapped in fat cells. So it's not so much that excess insulin causes fat accumulation directly. In a sense, that is its job. It's more that it prevents the natural release of stored fat between meals. The onset of hunger comes sooner after a meal, and so you end up eating more and storing more over time. The critics of the idea point to the fact that the fat cells in obese people are releasing plenty of fat back into circulation, but I don't think this automatically undermines the hypothesis. Obese people, generally speaking, already have pathological insulin resistance in fat cells. That is to say, their fat cells are full to bursting, and the individual fat cells are no longer responding to the signal of insulin to stop releasing fat and to start accepting fat and glucose. The wheels have already come off the system, if you like. Pathological insulin resistance is the end stage of the game, and the initial dysregulation of energy partitioning in the body happened way upstream of that. It makes more sense to me to look upstream and look at diets of different types before people have reached full-blown metabolic syndrome. The obvious question to ask is, are there people who eat lots of carbs and don't gain weight? Yes, there are. What can we learn from them? Back at the turn of the century there, a researcher, Staffan Lindberg, studied the population of the Pacific island of Kitava with some really interesting findings. The Kitavans eat a diet which is very high in carbohydrate at 69% of total calories and very low in fat at 21% of total calories. They have extremely low obesity rates and cardiovascular disease rates. And in fact, the first paper says that they are characterised by extreme leanness. Despite the high carb intake, they have very low insulin levels as well. Obviously, on a high carb diet, insulin levels must rise significantly after a meal to clear all of that glucose from the blood, but presumably this population can switch from glucose oxidation and lipogenesis after a meal to lipolysis between meals in a healthy way. And insulin will fall back down to low levels quite quickly. Why would that be? One hypothesis is that it has more to do with the type of fat they eat. Kitavans eat a low-fat diet by Western standards, but a large proportion of their dietary fat is saturated fat, which mostly comes from coconut oil. In fact, 17% of their calories are from saturated fat, and that's way higher than the 10% recommended in Western countries. And yet, this population are referred to as being apparently free from stroke and heart disease. Coconut oil is one of the most saturated whole food fats that you can get, and fat from animals, such as beef fat, actually has quite a lot of monounsaturated fat in it. If we go back more than 50 years in Western societies, we also ate more saturated fat as a proportion of total fat. We also didn't have an obesity crisis at that time. For many decades, France had the highest intake of saturated fat in Western countries and the lowest rate of heart disease, and also very low rates of obesity. And this has been the so-called French paradox, and it has been a challenge for researchers trying to understand metabolic diseases in the Western countries. There was a lot of collective rolling of eyes when the Harvard School of Processed Food and the American Heart Association made a big push to demonize coconut oil a couple of years ago with an editorial and subsequent media campaign, which I'm sure many of you saw. The core of their argument was that as a saturated fat, it would raise your LDL-C and cause heart disease. They did not address the fact that the original coconut oil lovers in Ketava have negligible heart disease. Also, in subsequent trials, when people are fed coconut oil, it doesn't raise LDL-C compared to animal fats. The American Heart Association was clearly worried that coconut oil was increasingly being viewed as healthy. Anyway, let's get to the point of interest about high-carb ketavans and the importance of their fat sources. The reason they're interesting is another way in which their fat differs from Western countries. In Western countries, over the past century, the biggest change in our diet has really been the introduction of large amounts of linoleic acid, an omega-6 fat, which is mainly found in the seed oils, things like classic vegetable oil, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, soybean oil. Before around 1890, the human species has not had large amounts of this type of fat in the diet. Linoleic acid is actually considered an essential fat, but we only need very small amounts of it, and in pre-agricultural diets, we would have got around a couple of percent of total calories as linoleic acid. But since the early industrialists discovered how to detoxify the waste product of cottonseed oil, our intake has skyrocketed over the past century, it's fair to say. Omega-6 polyunsaturated fats from seed oils have some complex but important effects on metabolism that may be important for weight control, which I touched on near the start of the video. I'm not going to go into too many details here or my interpretation of it, which is quite fluid, if you'll pardon the pun. I'm not saying that I am supportive of the hypotheses of these oils playing a role in obesity and metabolic disease, but I'll just summarise it by saying that these fats do appear to have an effect on the normal regulation of fat flux in and out of fat cells, potentially causing fat cells to accept more calories than they otherwise would and be resistant to releasing that fat back into circulation in the hours following a meal. They also may have other effects in the brain that I briefly mentioned earlier. There is a caveat though, that this may be only important in a Western dietary pattern which has a fairly even mix of fat and carbs. If linoleic acid is acting as an insulin sensitizing agent and encouraging the partitioning of calories into fat storage, possibly it can only exert that effect, if you like, if insulin signaling is already high, i.e. if carbohydrate intake is high, and even then, possibly only if the carbohydrate is in refined form. Therefore, the idea is that the ketavan's leanness may be supported at least in part by a fat profile that supports the absence of hunger and a properly regulated flux of fat to and from the adipocytes, the fat cells. This hypothesis definitely needs more research, certainly to convince me, but I am interested in it because it helps to explain the French paradox of the combination of carbohydrate and mainly saturated fat that seems not to cause obesity in French folk eating buttery croissants, but definitely does seem to in Americans eating muffins and French fries that were not made with animal fats. Maybe we shouldn't call them French fries if they were cooked in soybean oil rather than in tallow. As an aside, I actually started designing a study to test that idea last year, but I had to cancel it because of the COVID pandemic and run another study which many of you were actually involved in. Moving on to other hypotheses, Many folk would point to a commonality between effective weight loss diets and populations which remain lean, which is that they generally eat diets which are unprocessed and less energy dense. I think this makes sense broadly, and there is a fair bit of evidence that things like fibrous vegetables at least associate with leanness relative to the Western diet. There is also some quite nice mechanistic research into the effects of food processing. Food processing isn't inherently bad. Many aspects of it, such as cooking, actually improve the nutritional quality of certain foods and can do other things such as detoxify certain plant foods. But there are other aspects of processing that may not be so good. This nice rodent study showed that when a normal non-obesogenic diet was provided to mice, but just in powder form, it became as obesogenic as research diets that are specifically designed to induce obesity in mice. It's the same food, it's the same calories, just different processing and therefore different outcome. There is evidence of a similar effect in humans, and this may be again related to insulin via the differing effects of food processing on release of gut hormones, specifically the ratio of GIP to GLP-1 in the gut. The cells that release these hormones are spread out along the length of the intestine, and food processing, by concentrating absorption of nutrients further up the small intestine, disrupts the normal balance of these hormones and, with it, normal insulin signalling. A study I'd love to see done, but has not been done to my knowledge, is to compare the effects of processing of different foods within the context of a very low-carb diet. For example, does eating cellular fat in whole food form have the same effect of the equivalent fat that has been removed from the cell? Do solid and liquid fats have similar effects if the fat profile is broadly similar? I have just discussed some hypotheses which relate to reduction of carbs, but I've already put forward the idea that a ketogenic diet is more than just a low-carb diet. The state of ketosis is a distinct metabolic program, if you will, and the ketones themselves exert influence over expression of genes that release hormones that influence body weight. Some advocates of keto diets have argued that the ketogenic state is a natural, default state of human metabolism. It's certainly true that we are uniquely adapted to it as a species, and it does seem at least plausible that we could have spent significant periods in fasting ketosis between kills in pre-agricultural times, i.e. the vast bulk of our history of our species, or at least our genus. One important observation, though, is that although other animals can get into ketosis, they require enzymes in the brain used for ketogenic metabolism to be upregulated to deal with the ketogenic state. And in contrast, humans are the only species, to my knowledge, where this is not needed, and the brain is essentially metabolically tooled up to metabolize ketones at all times, suggesting that ketosis is normal for us. But there could be some further nuance to this idea. One interesting notion that was put to me is that the ketogenic diet is particularly effective for leanness is not because it's natural, but because ketosis in the fed state is unnatural. According to this idea, ketosis is something that would normally happen during periods of fasting. As with other carnivorous hunting species, humans may frequently have gone periods of days between a kill. Nutritional ketosis, in which calories from fat are available in the diet, but plant food supplying carbs are basically unavailable, might have been pretty rare. It would be normal to supplement the diet with some plant foods. We are omnivores after all. In fact, where this does occur with Inuit populations, they actually possess a metabolic adaptation to keep them out of ketosis. The evolutionary function of that adaptation is still debated though. But if we were evolutionarily naive to fed state ketosis, it would be plausible that energy conservation might not function optimally under these conditions. In a sense, we could almost see this as a loophole, not so much in weight loss, but maintenance of lost weight. Normally, a weight-reduced state brings a reduction in metabolic rate in excess of what would be expected from the mass change in your body and an increased drive to eat in order to regain that lost weight. This would have an obvious selection advantage as protection against future famine. and perhaps fed state ketosis finds an evolutionary loophole in the system. As you can see, there are quite a large number of aspects of both the composition of diets and the way they are consumed, which potentially influence our propensity to gain or lose weight. It seems perfectly plausible to me that they are all playing a role in parallel as well as interacting with each other. Which aspects are playing a dominant role in making people move outside of energy balance and gain weight is actually still a pretty difficult question to answer convincingly. To me, the greatest strength of the keto diet for body composition optimization is that you don't have to impose semi-starvation for it to work. If you starve yourself anyway, you are perhaps sabotaging the longer term results in exactly the same way that every other weight loss strategy is sabotaged. Hunger wins sooner or later. In normal people, it wins in 6 months. In athletes, who are by definition obsessive bastards, it might take 10 years before they crack and start feeding their bodies again. You might have noticed that many successful competitive climbers who subsequently retire become obviously much heavier. And moreover, they often open up about the torment they went through to reach and maintain a low body weight for so long. Therefore, even though they could successfully resist hunger for an extended period relative to non-athletes, the starvation is still winning, really, by imposing psychological torment, poor health, injury risk, and a lackluster response to training. The laws of physics are applying to all diets and all people, and ultimately, if they have an effect, it's because they have altered energy balance temporarily, and then reached energy balance again, but at a lower amount of stored body fat. But like change in weight, altered energy balance is the result we are after, not really the cause, I would say. It doesn't explain any more than the idea of wealth as being caused simply by earning more than you spend. Sure, I can shift energy balance with any old starvation diet, and I did that on and off for a couple of decades, but I ultimately ended up back at the same place, which was failure to achieve long-term leanness. I also had to suffer to get there or to stay there. So yes, when diets are matched for protein and calories, there is little difference between their effects on weight. That's true, but it's not all that relevant. What else a diet does to you in the process of shifting energy balance is also critical in how sustainable it is and therefore how effective it is in the longer term. Restriction of energy intake is a major problem among athletes with severe consequences, and the idea that a dietary approach might allow some athlete to sit at, or at least a lot closer to, a body composition they're happy with, while simultaneously eating to satiety and trusting their appetite, seems like an option worthy of both formal research and consideration by individual athletes. It appears to me that some individual athletes are now considering it and actually doing quite well with it. But without the formal research in the background, this is not necessarily a good thing for everyone. It seems likely that A, some athletes might not benefit from the diet, such as those with or at risk of eating disorders, or who are already very lean and can oxidize fat quite well. And B, some athletes may only achieve benefit from the diet in certain contexts, such as at certain times or with alterations in the formulation of the diet itself. So it's my hope that the sports nutrition research community accelerate the research into this diet to help identify the right athletes for it, if there are any, and the potential pitfalls as there are with any training tool. So that seems like a good place to move on to the final section of this video and discuss the evidence thus far on the efficacy of the keto diet in sport performance. As with the other sections of this video, I'm going to begin this part with the caveat that I'm not going to discuss every study that's been done in this area. That would get too long for one episode, he said without any sense of irony. I just want to give an overview of the key strands of evidence and the most important papers in my view. If you'd like me to discuss a specific paper or aspect in future, you can leave me a comment below. I'm going to dive right in and say that the research done specifically on testing athletes on a keto diet and performance outcomes fall into three obvious categories, which I'm going to look at in turn. First, the early studies done in the 1980s by Stephen Finney and others on endurance athletes such as cyclists. Second, a couple of well-controlled recent papers done by Louise Burke and colleagues on Olympic distance endurance athletes. And third, some recent studies done by Daniel Plews, Lucas Caprian and Paul Lawson, mostly on runners. I like to group the studies this way because they have methodological differences that I think help us to tease out what might be useful and not useful about the keto diet in sport. Okay, let's start with Finney, 1983. Stephen Finney and his colleagues fed trained endurance cyclists a keto diet for 4 weeks with less than 20 grams of carbs per day. At the end of the diet, they tested time to exhaustion at 65% of VO2 max and they measured muscle glycogen stores. This was a tiny study of just 5 cyclists. 2 of them had quite a marked drop in time to exhaustion, while the other 3 improved, in some cases quite markedly. So the first thing to notice is that the response to the diet was not uniform, but the group average wasn't changed significantly, and that was the main finding of the study that has been thought to be notable. As a group, endurance capacity at that moderate intensity was maintained on a keto diet. I'm sure you'll agree that the individual data adds some important nuance to that. The second important finding was that the athletes had greatly reduced muscle glycogen content at rest after 4 weeks on the keto diet. Muscle glycogen is unfortunately measured by muscle biopsy, and that is still the case to this day, although there are folk trying to develop ways to measure it without pulling a chunk of your muscle out. Given the injury caused to measure glycogen, studies that measure it are not all that common. And this really is a shame because it's such an important measure and it's typical of using technology in sports science. Often the thing that we most want to measure, we just can't measure easily, and so we have to use proxy measures that are not always that useful and sometimes can even be misleading. Anyway, Finney's early study told us that it's possible for athletes to perform at a modest intensity despite eating next to no carbs. But it's important to note that time to exhaustion is not the same as race performance in many sports. In many running and cycling disciplines, you need to be able to go faster than your competitor, not further. And moreover, even in long duration races, they're often not executed at a steady pace, and the winner is decided by the ability to sprint when necessary. Climbing doesn't fit neatly into either a time to exhaustion or a power output sport. In most climbing disciplines, we have a bit of wiggle room with respect to the pace that we adopt, and hence the power output, in order to get higher on a route. There are 3 things I'd invite you to keep in mind about Finney's study that we'll come back to. This study was 4 weeks in duration, carbs were extremely low at under 20 grams, and the athlete's muscle glycogen at rest was reduced to 45% of the value they had on the high-carb run-in diet. Following Finney's study, there was a long gap in the research until around 2014 or so, when there seemed to be a pretty marked resurgence in interest in low-carb diets in sport. I think it's fair to say that this might have been driven by a wider interest in low-carb diets for weight loss. Across the whole of sport, there are obviously many shifting and changing fashions for types of training and even types of sports. One thing that appears to have become really popular is bodybuilding or body sculpting in general. We've got the CrossFit movement, which became huge over that period, and we have large chains of gyms, and we've got social media, so we've got a ready means to have social rewards for looking ripped. On the endurance side, we've got the growth of long duration events compared to Olympic distances such as triathlon, ultramarathons and mountain running. I'm just speculating on those influences, by the way. I could be way off with my view of sport, which I must admit is kind of jaded, and although I'm a professional athlete, it was through learning about sports science and observing sport as a whole that I've become less and less of a fan of organised sport in general and the way it's practiced. And I'm also a rock climber, and I spend most of my time either alone in the mountains or buried in scientific journals. So I might not be best placed to comment on the fashions in sport. But regardless of what drove it, low-carb diets have become a much larger talking point in the past 5 years, I think it's fair to say. The Australian sports scientist Louise Burke was certainly acutely aware of this resurgence, and in 2015 she published a review of the rather scant evidence on low-carb diets in sport that had been done up to that point. An important finding from that review was that, like Finney's original 1983 study, a handful of other studies using low-carb or keto diets between 1 week and 1 month long also showed that muscle glycogen remains depressed. And presumably as a result of that, sprint performance in athletes is impaired, if only mildly. Of course, a mild impairment is all you need to lose in sport, assuming all other things are equal. A further finding was that even if athletes are refed carbohydrate for 1 day to restore muscle glycogen, the impairment of sprint performance actually persists a little bit longer than that. There does appear to be a hysteresis effect in that it takes time to adapt in either direction to a high-fat diet or a high-carb diet. Activity of the enzyme pyruvate dehydrogenase is probably important in this, and the limited available data suggests that it takes a few days to recover following carbohydrate refeeding. But interpreting the literature here is not that straightforward. For one thing, there is a paper showing that PTH activity is maintained on a low-carb diet, so long as muscle glycogen content remains intact, and we'll come back to the importance of that a bit later on. A second and related thing is that it's not yet clear if the reduction in PTH activity represents an impairment in glycolytic flux, or a diversion through other enzymatic pathways. Even Finney's original study noted that the ketogenic athletes who started out the exercise testing with reduced muscle glycogen could still deplete it to similarly low levels as the high-carb athletes in the control group. In other words, what glycogen they had, they could still use. And in her 2015 review, Burke discusses the concept of metabolic flexibility, which is the ability of an athlete to effectively utilise both fat and carbohydrate and switch between them during an event as the pace changes. That is an important concept, and we'll come back to that several times in the rest of this discussion. But it seemed clear from the available literature at the time that low-carb diets impaired metabolic flexibility, and therefore Louise Burke concluded that the diet was only of use in limited circumstances such as long duration events of steady intensity, such as ultramarathon, or situations where carbohydrate feeding wasn't very practical. For those of us who are mountaineers, I'm sure you can think of situations when this would be important. Certainly I've been in many climbing situations on either multi-pitch routes, big walls, or winter mountaineering especially, where either no food was available, and yet the ability to continue and perform reasonably well was essential for survival. And even sometimes when calories are available in your rucksack, it's not practical to stop and eat them, either when you're on a long lead of many hours on a mixed route, or when you're climbing in a bad storm and it's not even practical to take off your goggles or your gloves or barely even talk to your climbing partner, never mind stop for lunch. If you're the type of person who gets shaky and weak if you've not had lunch or regular snacks during training, then that could make the difference between staying focused and finishing the climb or things starting to unravel into an epic. But that's a specific circumstance, and it speaks to the breadth of situations we encounter in climbing. That's another concept I'll come back to. Louise Burke noted that the available studies were single-arm studies or cross-sectional in nature. In other words, no study had compared two groups of similar athletes and put them on either a high-carb or low-carb diet and compared the results for performance. So that is what Burke and her colleagues set out to do in a carefully designed experiment on race walkers. I know race walking is a bit of a weird sport, but you could still make a case that these athletes are a representative model of whole-body aerobic endurance sport over Olympic distances. The design of the study they did is really important. They fed control athletes a high-carb diet of 60% carbs, 20% fat. They also had a second arm, which was periodized carb intake, which was still 60% carb, but just fed in much more limited time frames, such that the athletes would deplete glycogen to pretty low levels during certain training sessions or an overnight rest period. Then the third arm was a ketogenic diet of 80% fat and carbs limited to 50 grams per day, so really heavily restricted for athletes who have such a high flux of glucose. The diet interventions lasted for 3 weeks, and during them the athletes were at a training camp for a period of intensified training. Before and after the intervention period, they ran a series of performance tests, including a 10k race, with all the athletes from the different diet arms. And the headline result from that study was that the 10k race times in the keto group did not improve, while there was a significant improvement in the race times for both the high-carb diet groups. There is a bit of devil in the details as well though. The group mean for the keto diet group showed no statistically significant difference, but that mean value was a 1.6% decrement in race performance. However, they also note that the individual athletes had a variable response and that the keto athletes ranged from an 8% drop in performance to a 5.3% improvement. Again, there seems to be individual variability. I would have quite liked to see the individual responses for each subject displayed graphically, as Burke had reproduced in her review of Finney's data in her 2015 review. This individual variability is also echoed in more recent studies, such as this one from 2019, where the variance in response of the individual athlete to the keto diet was predicted by the respiratory exchange ratio at VO2 max. The RER is used to determine the fuel mix used for metabolism. It's the ratio of carbon dioxide to oxygen in your expired breath. If you're purely burning fat, the product of that ratio, known as the respiratory quotient, or just RQ, will drop to 0.7. And if you're burning purely carbohydrate, it will rise to 1.0, or sometimes slightly above, if you're burning that carbohydrate anaerobically. Some of the athletes were still able to raise their RQ to above 1.0 at VO2 max while on the keto diet, and they were able to maintain performance. And if they couldn't do that, their performance declined. What does this mean? If they retained their ability to oxidize carbs when needed at high intensities, metabolic flexibility in other words, then the keto diet was not detrimental to their performance. Louise Burke and their colleagues actually repeated their study in another cohort of race walkers and published that one in 2020. This time including female athletes and addressing another couple of study design issues. This time, the group mean 10k race performance actually declined by 3.3% on the keto diet, and that was statistically significant. And moreover, after the 25-day keto diet, almost all of the athletes' 10k times got worse. The same decline in exercise economy, the oxygen cost of moving at a given speed, was offered as an explanation for the decline in performance. However, there is a little bit of nuance in these results as well. At the end of the study period, there was a short period of refeeding carbs for those athletes before the Australian Race Walking Championships, at which the athletes would be competing over a 20k race distance. In this race, around a third of the athletes in both the high carb and keto groups achieved personal best times. So, in a competition setting and distance, the diet intervention was not uniformly detrimental, following a bit more readaptation to eating carbohydrate and obviously using it. This individual variability in response comes up once again. Some athletes appear to do quite well, others clearly get worse. I think it's important to keep in mind that even though a few studies have demonstrated this now, they are still tiny studies, and I would not be confident at all to give an estimate of the true proportion of athletes who may suffer in terms of maximal endurance performance close to their VO2 max on a keto diet. At this point, I think all we can say is that there is an indication that there may be a subset whose exercise economy and performance stay similar, and some who get worse. Perhaps the only way to find out which you might be would be to try it. But if the best case scenario is just a preservation and not an improvement in economy and performance, then why even bother at all? Well, that's where we come back to the other layers of performance. So here is some speculation on my part. Let's imagine 4 hypothetical athletes. Athlete A has no problem remaining lean on a mixed diet with no energy availability issues and can raise RER above 1 at VO2 max while in ketosis. They may see no net change in performance, no benefit, no detriment. Should they eat a keto diet? Perhaps it doesn't matter, and they could choose the diet if they like it. Athlete B has no problem remaining lean on a mixed diet, with no energy availability issues, but does have a lower RER at VO2 max while in ketosis, and so loses a few percent of maximal endurance performance on this diet. They may obviously experience a detriment in overall performance on the keto diet and get on better continuing to eat a standard athlete's healthy diet with a big proportion coming from carbs. Athlete C struggles to remain lean on a mixed diet and is attracted to the keto diet because it helps them maintain better body composition, but they also suffer the impairment in top end endurance performance For them, the net effect may fall either side of zero, with the positive of better body composition and the negative of the impairment of endurance performance roughly cancelling each other out. Athlete D struggles with weight but can perform well in ketosis at high intensity. Well, it seems logical that this athlete could have a net win on the keto diet. This is hypothetical, of course, but broadly, I feel like I could be athlete D, and I do feel best in ketosis. So this brings up two issues with the studies I just discussed by Louise Burke. The first is related to studying elite athletes in general. Studies which are performed on elite athletes are important for verifying that any findings are actually valid at the living end of sport. However, things get tricky when applying those findings to non-elite athletes. We might think that we are not elite athletes merely because we don't do the things that elite athletes do, but this isn't quite right. Elite athletes are also a self-selected bunch because they are already gifted with a series of advantages for their sport, generally speaking. On top of that solid foundation, they build training, and that's what allows them to reach the great heights of performance that they do. Generally speaking, athletes have good body sizes for their sport, high quality mitochondria, high numbers of mitochondria, well-suited distribution of muscle fibre type for their sport, and a long list of other attributes. But you can see from Burke's studies that even in this cohort of exceptional individuals, there is still some variation in a response to a training intervention. Essentially, if you pick a group of athletes who are already world-class at baseline, you've picked a subset of people who are already biased towards having excellent metabolic flexibility. One might expect that if you draw from a wider population of ordinary folk, like you or I, this variability might be much more marked. You're going to get people who are really excellent carbohydrate or fat burners, but are really quite poor at using or adapting towards their weaker substrate. A signal that you might pick up in research in a population of sub-elite athletes, you may not see in elite athletes. You or I may never achieve the metabolic flexibility of a world-class endurance athlete. However, an intervention that forces us to adapt a little bit further towards the sweet spot of metabolic flexibility could still be a net benefit. I'll come back to that idea again in a minute, but first to the second issue with Louise Burke's studies, which was the duration of the intervention. If you go onto any ketogenic forum or Facebook group or whatever, and ask other athletes who currently or have implemented keto diets in sport, and ask them what are the pitfalls to avoid, it's almost guaranteed that the first thing folk will tell you is that this is not a short-term intervention. They'll likely tell you that you will feel and perform pretty poorly for at least a month, if not several months. You might not be able to train much, if at all, for the first couple of weeks, depending on the sport, I suppose. And if you try, you'll usually feel pretty bad. Often athletes start to feel better in lower or medium intensity training in weeks 3 to 4, and even after 1 month, still feel like they're not performing well and their perceived level of effort for a given workout is a little bit higher for the months beyond this. By the way, to be clear, I'm speaking about the anecdotal reports from athletes rather than published papers. The limited published data that we do have on the so-called keto flu doesn't come from athletes, but shows that people still have various short-term symptoms of the adaptation to low-carb diets, whether the carb amount is 25% of energy right down to 5%. Notice that the effects on keto flu symptoms in this study look like they start improving between 1 and 2 weeks on the diet, and they also noted that changes in mood scores seem to be linked to calorie intake. It can take time for people to adapt their food intake to the changes in appetite, or sometimes let go of very ingrained habits of food restriction, and so undereating could be seen as a symptom of keto flu. Many athletes only stay on the diet for a few months and then revert to high carb, either because they've not seen any benefit yet or because their goal was short-term weight loss. Others who persist with it for years sometimes report that they only regained their full performance capacity or a net benefit from the diet in as long as 18 months after the adaptation, And even then, sometimes that benefit only appeared after making some further tweaks to various aspects of the diet, such as absolute calorie or carb amounts, or the frequency of carb intake, or their food choices, or electrolyte intake, or things like that. To me, it stands to reason that if you make such a radical shift in your diet, that there will be some mistakes to be made, and that it might take some time to hone it in for optimal function. And further than that, not everyone manages to do this, since it often takes both a willingness to research the pitfalls extensively, as well as to continue with trial and error. This long adaptation is a well-known feature of keto diets in sport, and therefore many folks' criticism of Louise Burke's studies, including from other researchers in the field, were that the studies were both far too short and far too stressful by undertaking them during a period of intensified training, in a sense stacking one intense metabolic stress on top of another. I would say that I agree with both criticisms, and to my eye, I actually find it remarkable that the athlete's performance was as good as it was, despite the design of the intervention. To be totally honest, my first thought when the study came out in 2016 was that if I was trying to design a study to fail, this is exactly how I would design it. Of course, I'm not suggesting that they wanted to see any particular result. I don't think that at all. I actually think that what they did was an important step in understanding keto diets in sport. So I don't think we should nail up the coffin too soon for these studies. They tested a very specific hypothesis, which was that the increase in fat oxidation on a keto diet, which happens pretty quickly, would confer a performance advantage in and of itself. And to be fair, the whole discourse on keto diets in sport was, and still is, quite confused, perhaps because all of us are trying to understand how it might be beneficial, if at all. There are a lot of folk out there on the internet who still think that keto or some other types of diets will perform some sort of magic on you. For the rest of us, it's really important to actually see hard data on exactly what specific situations there may be either benefit or detriment to performance. On the whole, I think the most well-educated athletes and coaches appreciate that finding benefit from any specific training intervention is actually not all that simple. There are layers and contexts to its application and benefit that might only be realised if you get a whole series of other decisions right first. I think the analogy of a training tool is a useful one. A specialist tool can be extremely effective in the hands of someone who appreciates how to use it well, and equally it can be destructive if used badly. Nevertheless, some folk concluded from Burke's studies that the keto diet was of little use in sports requiring endurance effort at high proportions of VO2 max. I don't personally share that conclusion for the following reasons. Firstly, I'd want to see these studies designed differently to really test that question. I'd want to see the keto diet adaptation applied during the off-season or base aerobic training where volume was high, intensity was low, but overall training load was not so stressful that the athletes might struggle with the allostatic load of adapting away from carbohydrate on top of the training. I'd also want to see carbohydrate carefully titrated in the later stages of training, such that glycogen is not allowed to fall to very low levels consistently in either periods of intense training or during racing. I think that just because the diet is keto doesn't mean that you don't have to look after your glycogen stores. Finally, I'd like to see the intervention last for many months, if not more than 1 year. I know that all those things are a really big ask and probably will never happen, especially if the research participants are elite competitive athletes. It's their brief careers which are being gambled by the intervention. And so that study might never be done, and that's fair enough. But I don't think that that means we can just do the best study we can and then call it good enough. It's not really good enough. We can't test a long-term adaptation with a short-term study. I'll discuss the proposed reasons for keto adaptation being a long-term adaptation as we go on, but one reason is that it causes changes in mitochondria, the subcellular organelles which are thought of as the engines of our cells, generally speaking. They turn food energy into cellular energy as ATP. Mitochondria are physical structures within cells. They used to be bacteria, and it was the symbiotic relationship they formed with single-celled organisms that facilitated complex life on Earth. They have their own DNA, which we inherit only from our mother, and their number, structure, and the quality of their function is linked to almost any performance or health variable that you can name. Changes in mitochondria are even one unifying theory of aging, disease, and death. A feature of both endurance training and ketogenic diets is that they signal for an increase in number in mitochondria in muscle cells and changes to the enzymes within them. Other aspects of the diet also contribute to the function of mitochondria, from the provision of key nutrients that form the mitochondrial proteins to the different fats that affect the stability of mitochondria and their resilience to oxidative stress. That's pretty relevant because us athletes put our mitochondria through a lot of oxidative stress just by running them hard. Elite endurance athletes are a self-selected bunch who have both abundant but also very high quality mitochondria. And meanwhile, in other populations, an increase in mitochondrial number and improvement in function is a key adaptation of the keto diet. So I have a few hypotheses around the keto diet that I'll sort of discuss in this video, and here is the first one. The keto diet may be of most benefit to athletes with normie or normal mitochondria. Therefore, I would hypothesize that if you select for a group of athletes who already have elite mitochondria, it's this group who might have least to gain from the keto intervention. It's hard to improve on their already excellent mitochondrial profile. It's also not surprising that they should be able to tolerate a high carbohydrate diet for long periods without difficulty in maintaining considerable leanness. They have excellent machinery to maintain metabolic flexibility and burn fat between carbohydrate loads. The potential problem comes for you and I, who are not elite athletes, at least if we measure that by looking at mitochondria. What do you and I do with the data on elite athletes? Does that data apply directly to us? I strongly doubt that Adam Ondra or Alex Megos would benefit markedly, if at all, from a keto diet. But you and I are not Adam Ondra. To me, the differences in mitochondria between elite athletes and the rest of the population can help to reconcile the different experiences of those middling athletes who report benefit on a keto diet and studies like Louise Burke's which report no benefit at a group level, taking to one side the issue of exercise economy with different fuel mixes. I would predict that for some sub-elite athletes, the benefits of a keto diet on mitochondria may edge out any decrement in the ability to oxidize carbohydrate at high rates. And part of that may be that it's precisely because this group have poor mitochondria that they're actually rather good at metabolizing carbohydrate outside the mitochondria via glycolysis. Perhaps they can stand to lose, or perhaps constrain is a better word, some of the tendency towards relying on glycolysis, bringing their metabolic flexibility back towards the centre to be able to oxidize both fuels. But whether this hypothesis is correct or not, I think you're only likely to see any signal for it if the intervention is long enough to allow for these slower adaptations. It does take some time to make big structural changes to muscle. So, are there any studies in athletes that feature a longer keto adaptation? Yes, there are. So, I'm going to move on to talk about them now. It probably makes sense to start with a study performed in endurance athletes with a keto adaptation that was just slightly longer at 4 weeks. This study was done by a team of very well known sports scientists, and if you're interested in following developments in nutrition and metabolism in sports, I'd recommend following all of those authors online. Paul Larson edited this excellent and pretty meaty textbook on high-intensity interval training. Their study from 2018 looked at the effect of a 4-week keto diet of less than 50 grams carbs per day on high-intensity interval training performance. And this group was compared to a control group which ate a standard carb-rich athlete's diet. The hypothesis being tested was that because short-term keto diets of a few weeks in length do reduce muscle glycogen stores in athletes, this would compromise the ability to perform high-intensity endurance training, which by definition relies on the ability to perform glycolysis at high rates. A first observation from their results is that the keto group lost a good amount of weight compared to the control group. Both groups were told to eat a normal amount of food and not to restrict calories, and yet in 4 weeks These athletes lost almost 5 kilos, with their body fat percentage dropping from 13.7% to 10.5%. Getting to 10% body fat without conscious effort to restrict calories seems like quite a marked result to me. It might not have been the aim of the study, but this result supports the efficacy of the diet for fat loss, even in athletes who are already a fair bit leaner than I am. You can note from figure 1 of the study that although the keto group did increase their fat intake, it was not by a dramatic amount, and this fits with their rapid weight loss. Another finding that might appear trivial at first blush but may actually be important is that the blood levels of beta-hydroxybutyrate rose initially in the study at 2 weeks, but then fell back by the time it was measured again at 4 weeks. This is a finding that's seen across many longer-term keto adaptation studies, and I noticed this myself as my own experience with keto diets ran from weeks to months to years. It seemed progressively more difficult to actually achieve high levels of beta-hydroxybutyrate. I think many keto dieters experience this and feel that perhaps they're doing something wrong by not being heavily in ketosis. But there's now the suggestion by some that this may in fact be a normal adaptation of the body. Indeed, it might even be actually a useful marker of the state of adaptation. If the intake of all macronutrients is held constant, but ketone levels fall over time, it might indicate that there is further adaptation going on, and if valid, this also lends weight to the idea that the keto adaptation process is more than just the initial upregulation of fat oxidation that occurs in the first few days. The performance of the keto-adapted athletes in both a graded exercise test and an interval training bout was not adversely affected by the diet, nor was it improved. An important thing to note, though, is that this study was done in moderately trained, young, healthy people, but not elite athletes. This relates nicely to another interesting study of 6 weeks in length that was done by Philip Prinz and colleagues, also on moderately fit runners. And in that study, they tested a keto diet of less than 50 grams carbs per day against a high-carb diet, with 5k time trial running performance as the outcome measure. It was a crossover trial, so the same athletes completed both interventions one after the other. These runners were doing 5k in about 20 minutes or so, so nothing too fast. But the good thing about their study was that they measured 5k time repeatedly as the study month went on. And their study noted that on the keto diet, on the first time trial, which was 4 days into the diet, 5k time was significantly slower, but by the 2-week mark it had recovered, and it was similar after that to the high carb group. Notably, in Prinz's study, energy intake on both diets was the same, and so there weren't any changes in body composition, although they only used bioimpedance to measure it, which is quite unreliable. There have been a couple of important studies in endurance athletes using 3-month keto diets, and the first was by Fionn McSweeney in 2018, and I'm going to discuss that one in some detail because I think it's possibly the most useful study that we have at the moment on this subject. McSweeney recruited competitive, although not elite, endurance athletes from various endurance sports such as triathlon, from cycling, from Ironman, from marathon and adventure racing. They were males aged 18 to 40 and their VO2 max levels were in the 50s, so definitely fit athletes, but we're not talking Olympic teams. One important thing to note about the study design, which was that it wasn't randomised. Half the athletes ate a high carb diet and half ate the ketogenic diet for 3 months, but the athletes got to pick which diet they wanted to do. And this team of researchers have done several non-randomised studies like this in a healthcare rather than athletic performance setting. And the reason it's done this way is because of the difficulty of getting people to stick with the diets. If people really don't want to do a keto diet, then they're pretty unlikely to stick to it, and that would make the great expense and scarce opportunity to run this type of study just a waste of time. However, it does create some problems interpreting the results. We can see that the athletes who opted for the keto diet had a significantly higher body fat percentage at the start of the study, and this does place a bit of a question mark over the results. Would we see similar results if the leaner athletes had been on the keto arm? A crossover study design solves this problem where all the athletes do both diets, just one after the other, but the expense and the logistical difficulty of recruiting subjects and supporting them to stick to the diets for that length of time is the reason that we don't have that study, and therefore the real picture of the effect of keto diets in these sports remains unknown. Both before and after the study diets, the researchers put the athletes through a nice sequence of exercise tests on the bike ergometer. First, a 6-second all-out sprint to test their maximal sprint power. Second, a 100k time trial which tests their maximal performance in a high-intensity aerobic activity. And finally, a critical threshold power test which was performed right after the 100k time trial, which kind of mimics the sprint finish of a race, and so testing the athlete's anaerobic power, going as fast as possible for 3 minutes. This gives us a nice overall picture of how well the athletes might perform in real-world race scenarios compared to something like a time to exhaustion test, which is sometimes used in these studies. It also gives us a bit more insight into the effects of the diet on these different components of physical performance. Looking at the performance results in turn, the 6-second sprint peak power didn't change in the high carb group, but it did improve in the keto group, such that the keto group had significantly better peak power than the high carb group after the diets. In the critical threshold power test, that 3-minute anaerobic test, this was unchanged by either diet. However, the peak power did trend towards going down slightly in the high carb group and improve slightly in the keto group. And finally, in the 100k time trial, the high carb group improved their time by around 1 minute, and the keto group improved their time by around 4 minutes. These differences were not statistically significant though. But that was the group mean data. The authors included a useful figure with the changes in the time trial results for each individual athlete, which possibly adds a little bit more insight. We can see in figure 2 that in the high carb group there is not that much going on. The general trend seems to be little or no change. There is also little or no change for most of the athletes in the keto group, and that in itself could be seen as a remarkable result because we would possibly expect, based on Louise Burke's race walker studies, to see a decline in performance since we've removed the carbs. But we can see that in 1/3 of the athletes there seems to be a decent sized improvement. Additionally, the 3 athletes who improved were also the slowest at baseline. It's hard to know if that's coincidental or not, but perhaps if this study is repeated, especially in a larger cohort, we'd see if this was a real finding or if it was just by chance. Don't hold your breath for that study to get done though. So we can see that when more time is given for athletes to adapt to keto, endurance at high intensity is at least comparable to the high carb diet, with some indication that it could even be slightly better. From the available studies, we still haven't resolved whether it's just the duration of the diet adaptation that's important, or whether it's more that slower athletes are tending to improve on keto and faster athletes are not, or maybe a bit of both. One additional thing that I think is important to note is about some of the details of the diets themselves. McSweeney's research team, which includes Jeff Volek, who has done many keto studies before, generally make a point of generous supplementation of electrolyte minerals in these keto interventions. In addition to encouraging salting food to taste, the athletes were encouraged to further supplement minerals during any exercise and to consume broth. And meanwhile, in Louise Burke's studies, the diets were carefully designed, however, they were rather low on potassium intake and additional supplementation wasn't monitored. So it's possible that this alone could reconcile the differences in outcome between these studies. As with several of the studies that we've discussed already, the keto group in McSweeney's study lost just about 6 kilograms of body weight in 3 months, while the high carb group more or less maintained their weight. In both diet groups, energy intake was not restricted and the athletes ate as much as they felt they needed. Again, on its own, this seems like a remarkable finding that already fit, competitive endurance athletes can drop 6 kilos without trying in 3 months. But critical to also note that they started off at 17.5% body fat, quite a high number for an athlete. I think generally speaking, it makes sense that if these athletes go from 17.5% fat to 12.3%, catching up to their counterparts in the high carb group, that performance could improve, even during a period of unintended calorie deficit. If you select a group of athletes who are already at 12% fat and get them to lose 6 kilos, it may well kill their short and long-term performance. Again, I think this point helps us to reconcile the differences in the results of Louise Burke's versus other studies. The other 3-month keto study that's been done was by the Dostal, Plews and Larson group of researchers in 2019. Daniel Plews is an endurance athlete, a coach and a researcher who I think could be on the right track for how to apply the keto diet in sports nutrition. It was quite similar in many ways to McSweeney's study just mentioned, so I'll only briefly cover their results. There were no significant differences in endurance performance either between a keto and a high carb group or before and after the diet, even for high intensity endurance. And again, the keto group lost weight, 3 kilograms in this case, while the high carb group just maintained their weight. Also, the high carb group maintained their weight despite reducing their calorie intake. Meanwhile, the keto group actually ate more calories during the diet intervention, but lost weight. Again, these were fit young people, but not elite level endurance athletes, and their VO2 max levels were in the mid-40s. Worth noting also that the VO2 peak values didn't change in the keto group during the 3-month diet, but their VO2 max did because they lost weight. The units for VO2 max are millilitres of oxygen consumed per minute per kilogram of body weight. So we do have 2 studies showing that athletes can perform high-intensity endurance work on a keto diet at comparable rates to controls on a high-carb diet. So the question is, are they doing this via glycolysis? And if so, where is the glucose coming from? They really must be doing it by glycolysis, and the fact that the lactate responses in the keto groups in both McSweeney's and in Dostal studies are normal, that supports this. But aren't the glycogen stores of these keto-adapted athletes lowered by the absence of dietary carbohydrate? Well, we have one very, very important data point on this, which is Jeff Volek's so-called FASTER study from 2016. Measuring muscle glycogen in athletes is so important to our understanding of sports nutrition, and yet it's rarely done because it's so brutal, as I mentioned earlier, and high-level athletes are understandably reluctant to agree to it. It involves taking a muscle biopsy, literally a core punched out of the muscle of interest, every time you want to measure it. It causes pain and muscle injury, and I'm not sure that I'd want someone taking chunks out of my forearms. It's a major goal of sports nutrition to find a non-invasive way to measure it with things like ultrasound, but the technology doesn't seem to be quite there yet, and so we still rely on the infrequent and precious biopsy studies. Previous biopsy studies have shown that low-carb diets of a few days in length do reduce muscle glycogen. However, Jeff Volek recruited a group of ultra-endurance athletes who have actually adopted low-carb diets fairly widely now, to see if muscle glycogen stores remained depressed after a longer adaptation and how they responded to exercise and feeding. The low-carb athletes had been adapted to the diet for an average of 20 months, and the lowest duration of the group was actually 9 months. The surprising, if not shock, result of this study was that the resting muscle glycogen content of the keto-adapted athletes was normal, and it was the same as the comparator group of athletes on a high-carb diet. Secondly, when the athletes were exercised on the treadmill at 65% of VO2 max for 3 hours, the low-carb and high-carb groups used similar amounts of glycogen. So it appears that these athletes could still use the glucose that they had, although exactly how it was used is an important question. And thirdly, after the treadmill bout, the athletes had a post-training meal, and although the low-carb athletes consumed a meal containing mostly fat and only 4 grams of carbs, after 2 hours they had replenished muscle glycogen to the same extent as their high-carb counterparts who had just consumed 43 grams of carbs in their post-workout meal. So many questions. Clearly, the low-carb adapted athletes are handling glucose differently and seem to have an adaptation or several to help them either recycle glucose made by the liver from other substrates or to make glucose in the liver faster, or both. Obviously, Volek and colleagues could only speculate about what physiological mechanisms could explain those results, but the apparently normal glycogen stores, normal glycogen usage and replenishment in athletes consuming low amounts of dietary carbs is a really pivotal finding to this whole discussion, because it explains why athletes who have adopted a keto diet for long periods would report an initial drop in performance during the first month, followed by a gradual recovery of all of their capacity to exercise at high intensity. I was particularly interested to see how Louise Burke herself would think about Volek's findings and what this means for our understanding of the topic, and I found her commentary on Twitter really quite remarkable. She came right out and said that she did not believe the results could be correct and suggested that only measurement error could explain them. I admire her directness in sharing her honest thoughts. Criticism of study design among scientists happens all the time in this field, but suggestions of sloppy work and outright error is really quite rare, and so this comment really stands out to me. I'm glad to see the comment made in public though, and I really hope it serves as a bit of a bait for some other group of scientists to replicate the FASTER study. If confirmed, they do provide an important piece of evidence as to the safety and efficacy of low-carb diets in sport, although further research would still be needed to see how glycogen stores respond to low-carb diets in different sports and different training contexts. I would still expect that at some level of high-intensity training load, the capacity for gluconeogenesis and or glucose recycling must be exceeded and glycogen stores would be impaired. Coming back to the FASTER study, there are a couple of other important things to note. Firstly, the diets of the athletes are kind of interesting. The high-carb athletes ate 59% carbs and 14% protein, and the low-carb athletes ate a significant notch more protein at 19% of energy. Although carbs were at 10% of energy, this comes out at 82 grams, i.e. fairly generous by the standards of medical therapeutic keto diets, and 4 times as much as in Stephen Finney's 1983 study on cyclists that we talked about earlier. In the 1983 study, the methods are quite briefly described as being less than 20 grams per day. Unfortunately, in that paper they don't report an actual mean value of carb intake, but in the FASTER study, of which Stephen Finney is also an author, there is a comment in the discussion where they say that the actual amount in the 83 study was less than 10 grams per day, which would make it an 8-fold difference in carb intake between the 1983 study and the FASTER study. I can't help but speculate if this more generous carb intake in a keto context is the sort of diet that athletes committed to a low-carb approach for the long term actually would settle out at. It's very similar to what I actually eat now myself. Generous protein intake, a range of 50 to 100 grams carbs per day, and fat scaled to energy needs. Perhaps the combination of lots of protein and a decent amount of carbs is enough to preserve most of the beneficial adaptations of the low-carb diet, and yet still provide just enough substrate to top off the glycogen stores in these athletes. Note that there is also quite a large range of carb intake within the group. Obviously, some of that might just reflect dietary preferences and habits, but it might also reflect variation in the training patterns from athlete to athlete, which are likely to differ quite a bit. Even more interesting is that in the exercise tests, the low-carb athletes used up more glucose than would be predicted from their ratios of oxygen to carbon dioxide in expired breath. What does this mean? Well, that's an important question, and I'm not actually sure of the answer, to be honest. Given that the low-carb athletes were using more fat and less glucose during exercise, you'd expect their normal pre-exercise glycogen stores to be higher post-exercise, but they weren't. So where was this extra glucose going? The authors speculate that the glucose could be being directed through the pentose phosphate pathway to generate pyruvate and subsequently oxaloacetate to keep the TCA cycle running at high speed, or that pyruvate is being converted to lactate and recycled to glucose in the liver. That latter route might also help to explain why the low-carb athletes were able to replenish glycogen quickly and effectively while consuming very little dietary carbs. Dr. Tommy Wood also discussed those possibilities in a 2017 paper. He points out that Volek's study suggests that glycolysis may not be impaired at all in keto-adapted athletes, merely that the products of it may be used differently in order to keep the TCA cycle running effectively, and that studies that measured pyruvate dehydrogenase as an indicator of glycolytic capacity could give misleading results. Instead, if they also measured pyruvate carboxylase as well, they may find that its activity is increased in keto-adapted athletes, reflecting the rerouting of glucose in metabolism. Another study that needs to be done. Regardless, carbohydrate availability in muscle likely remains a key attribute for training and performance. And although these results give us more questions than answers, I think if we stand back from them, it reminds us that human metabolism has very complex pathways, not all of which are all that well understood. And it also has great capacity to make adjustments to how fuels are used and managed in order to retain physiological function under different conditions, such as the diet. The story with lactate seems analogous to this in some ways, and what was once thought of as a harmful waste product is now understood to be an important fuel, and its production and recycling an important way in which the body manages energy. And yet, it's taken decades to rehabilitate lactate's image, even among sports science researchers. Possibly, low-carb diets are early in this same process, with some way to go. One more study that I just want to mention briefly in passing is one by Green and colleagues in 2018. And I mention it firstly because it was in power athletes rather than endurance athletes, and also because it included Olympic level powerlifters. Actually, it was a range of level of athletes from intermediate right through to elite. But this was a useful study because it showed that these athletes maintained their strength on a 3-month ketogenic diet. However, they also lost a significant amount of weight, and the author suggested that the keto diet might be useful for these athletes to make weight for their sport. As you can see, this is a theme that runs through most of the studies that we've discussed here. A primary, perhaps the primary utility of the diet is to meet weight loss goals where they're indicated. So I've discussed a fair number of studies there, and I would like to discuss some more that I think are important, but in the context of moving on to how I interpret the results of the ones that I've just discussed in the previous section. So I want to be clear now that the following section is composed largely of my own thoughts about the data, and I'm going to lay this bit out by dealing first with the sports in which these studies on keto diets were done, and then after that moving on to how these results could be considered in rock climbing, since there hasn't been any research at all done on keto diets in climbing. A surface level interpretation of these studies is that for sub-elite athletes, a keto diet should neither impair or improve performance in high intensity endurance running, at least at a group level. But I think that there is a bit more to it than that. To me, these studies reveal something potentially really interesting about the differences between and within groups of elite athletes and non-elite athletes. A finding that I find striking is the individual variability to the response to the diets. Louise Burke's studies show us that this holds true even at the elite level. It appears that even if you select for athletes who already have very high quality mitochondria and genetics at baseline, there are still some of them who might improve despite the impairment of exercise economy that we discussed earlier. This aspect of changes to the oxygen cost of exercise may not be so important to runners or cyclists who are not at elite level, and they may not be important in climbing either, since climbing recruits a much smaller muscle mass at high intensity, and we'll come back to that point a bit later. I would expect that even in a classic endurance sport like running, which is not nearly so dependent on technique as climbing is, you would see variability in different performance components. Things like mitochondrial density, mitochondrial function, muscle fibre type distribution, lower limb mass, Achilles tendon structure, body fat percentage, and various others. Generally speaking, the higher up the ability scale you go towards elite level athletes, the more that variability should decrease on the whole. Elite athletes are a self-selected bunch, as I say, who tick almost all the boxes. But variability, or to put it another way, areas of weakness are still present even in elites, and it's definitely still important in elites because small differences in elite sport are big differences. How you respond to new research data in training may also vary depending on your point of view. If you're a coach or a researcher, You might view Louise Burke's studies and say, well, most of the athletes get worse, so this is not a useful intervention on the whole. If I apply this to my team of athletes, most of them will get worse. And of course, I don't think Louise Burke's actually tell us that because they weren't long enough. But a perfectly defensible strategy would be to apply the high-carb diet as the default approach for runners. But hopefully, a good coach would be mindful that if an athlete was not responding well to training in that context, then they might consider trying the low-carb approach in recognition that some athletes do seem to get on well with it. This is kind of tricky, and it gets at a theme that I think is critical in sport performance, which is your appetite for risk. How do you know that an athlete who plateaus in semi-finals and never quite makes the podium does so because that's their true potential, or because they're one of the relative outliers who might benefit from a different approach in a given area of training? I'm not sure at this point that you really can know. I suspect that the only way to really know is to try the different approach. In this situation, what would you actually call playing it safe? You could stick with the same approach and hope for an incremental progression. And this could well happen for reasons that you'll never really know. Or perhaps if progression stops, you could view a different approach as actually the safe option because you've already established that performance has already plateaued under the standard approach. If you take this position and try something like a keto diet, then you have to expect that for many months performance may well be worse. It might take a year or more to run the experiment with only a small probability of success. But you've got a small probability of reaching elite levels in sport anyway. I have to say that being willing to fail while taking a gamble on a strategy that's been shown to work in a subset of athletes is something that I'd be willing to do, and I have done. But then I'm not in competitive sport. This is the beauty and the tyranny of sport, really. If you're willing to take a gamble and do something different from your competition, you might well lose, you probably will. But if it pays off, it could be great. And I look at this as a poorly gifted athlete with Glaswegian mitochondria, and I think, sure, I'll try it, because I'm likely to lose anyway. If I were regularly coming fourth in international competition, I'd be a lot more cautious, but not necessarily dismiss it. Anyway, leaving behind the philosophy of risk and returning to running physiology, I do think that there is some modest support from other research that improving your fat oxidation rates may improve running performance even at high speeds and proportions of VO2 max if you're not one of the lucky elites with excellent metabolic flexibility. Another study by Paul Larson and colleagues from 2015 looked at the differences between recreational runners with a VO2 max of 55 and well-trained runners with a VO2 max of 71 with respect to their fat and carbohydrate oxidation while running sprint intervals at 94% of their VO2 max. Bear in mind that these are relative and not absolute intensities. Both groups of runners oxidised carbohydrate at similar rates, which was just over 4 grams per minute. However, the well-trained runners could oxidise fat at nearly 3 times the rate of the recreationals at this near maximum effort. So clearly, the ability to oxidise carbs at high intensity is critical to high-intensity endurance sports. But for the athlete who's trying to go from the sub-elite level upwards, the challenge seems to be to maintain that ability to use carbs at high intensity, but at the same time increase fat oxidation from a low level up to a decent level. Sub-elite athletes, it seems to me, are more likely to benefit from interventions that improve fat oxidation. If those athletes are also more likely to carry more stored body fat, then there may be multiple layers of benefit, if you will. But we have a caveat to consider. Just because sub-elite athletes have poorer ability to use fat and benefit from improving this, it doesn't automatically follow that they would benefit from increasing it via a diet intervention rather than training. I still think that utilising diet to encourage adaptation towards greater fat oxidation makes sense, but I just want to note that we shouldn't automatically assume that it works this way. I think that more studies are necessary to tease apart how we best encourage fat oxidation with diet or training or their combination. And this speaks to a wider point in sports science, which is just because there is a rapidly increasing body of research doesn't necessarily mean that we know more and more. Often, new research just serves to show us that there's a lot more that we still don't know. Humans are hybrid engines capable of burning several different fuels in most cells. For the purposes of our discussion, we're focusing on muscle cells during exercise and the trade-off between burning fat versus carbohydrate. And you might ask, well, what about ketones, since this is also about ketogenic diets? Ketones can be used by muscle, but they are primarily a fuel for the brain in fasting ketosis. In the context of a keto diet in sport, the predominant fuels of muscle remain carbohydrate and fat, although it seems that muscle will use appreciable amounts of ketones when glycogen is replete. When thinking about fuel use during different exercise intensities, I really like this paper on the assessment of metabolic flexibility by two more sports scientists that I recommend following, Inigo San Millan and George Brooks. George Brooks wrote this excellent textbook on exercise physiology. I particularly like the opening statement of the abstract of that paper, which says, "Increased muscle mitochondrial mass is characteristic of elite professional endurance athletes," and they go on. "Studies on elite athletes are of interest because they express a robust muscle mitochondrial reticulum, perhaps due to genetic and epigenetic variations, which allows them to be metabolically flexible. Therefore, professional athletes readily switch back and forth between lipid and carbohydrate oxidation depending on energy demand and substrate availability at higher absolute workloads. Compared with those with type 2 diabetes mellitus and metabolic syndrome, or even untrained healthy individuals, in trained endurance athletes, fat oxidation is far greater during exercise at given absolute and relative exercise intensities. This is obvious looking at figure 1 of the paper. As relative exercise intensity increases beyond a certain level, fat oxidation rates tail off and carbohydrate increasingly predominates. But as you can see, professional athletes can remain at high rates of fat oxidation even up to very high power output, and their mitochondria facilitate this. When you look at how carb and fat oxidation changes between people with metabolic syndrome, healthy people and professional athletes, you can see that broadly as relative intensity increases, this transition towards carb oxidation happens at high intensity. But the most notable change in the shape of these curves is that excellent ability of athletes to oxidize fat and its crossover point at a high power output as a result. And further, as a consequence of that high crossover point, it's only at near maximum output that fat oxidation becomes unimportant. Of course, this feature of trained athletes becomes even more important when you consider it in the context of events where the pace varies during a race, and it's important to reach a key stage in a race with lower levels of lactate or some glycogen stores intact, or more likely both. From the last two papers we've discussed, I infer that less fit or sub-elite athletes have lower capacity to oxidize both fat and carbohydrate at high intensities, and as a result of that, their absolute power outputs are lower than the elites. However, when we look at the profile of the sub-elites with respect to the relative contribution of each fuel to power output, it appears that fat oxidation is lagging behind more than carb oxidation. And to me, this pattern would make sense. With a relatively lower mitochondrial density and quality, the sub-elites are having to rely more readily on anaerobic glycolysis in the cytosol of the cell. And therefore, as power output and energy demand goes up, they have the cellular machinery to keep up and increase carbohydrate oxidation, up to a point obviously. Mitochondrial density in muscle may account for a significant proportion of the differences between sub-elite athletes and the elites, and it would stand to reason that any training intervention that improves mitochondrial density should be a priority for the sub-elite athletes. It will simultaneously further increase energy yield per molecule of glucose, since the end products of glycolysis, which are lactate and pyruvate, can be pushed into the mitochondria and burned aerobically, as well as improving the rate that fat can be oxidized. Conversely, the elite athletes already have an excellent mitochondrial profile. Perhaps for this group, interventions that attempt to push this further bump more quickly into the trade-offs of impairing carbohydrate oxidation and therefore yield a net performance decrement at least in the short term. It seems plausible to me that the sub-elites have more to gain and less to lose by adopting training interventions that increase mitochondrial density and fat oxidation rates, such as polarized training protocols and possibly ketogenic diets. A key point, which I'll discuss more in a minute, is that any training or nutrition intervention can be periodized to maximize benefit and minimize the trade-offs. And that's why I feel that Louise Burke's studies, even on the elites, doesn't automatically write off low-carb diets for sport. No study has yet tested this approach. I should emphasize again that we do not yet have a study that shows in practice that these things actually work, i.e. that there is a clear causal link in sub-elite athletes between going on a low-carb diet, increasing mitochondrial density, increasing metabolic flexibility, and therefore increasing performance. Goodness knows when that study will actually be done. However, based on my understanding of muscle physiology, limited as it is, I would hypothesize that a ketogenic diet applied for sufficient time, at least many months, may lead to improved mitochondrial density and or quality, and that this may in turn improve performance, provided that some periods of increased carbohydrate availability are maintained throughout the year in order to minimize the trade-offs with loss of capacity to perform large volumes of glycogen-lytic training. And further, I would hypothesize that any benefit of a keto diet intervention would occur in a subset of sub-elite athletes. I think it's likely that not all sub-elite athletes owe their failure to become elite to their mitochondria. Maybe they were just injury prone, or maybe they didn't train enough, or maybe they lacked the mental skills for performance. However, I would hypothesize that the subset would get smaller and smaller the higher up the ability of athletes that you select to test the keto diet. At the elite end, nearly all of the athletes have excellent metabolic flexibility, otherwise they wouldn't be elite. Another testable hypothesis that flows from this is that if you could somehow stratify athletes not by performance, since that has many inputs, but by mitochondrial density and quality, then I would expect the benefit or harm of a long-term keto diet to track more closely with this metric. Think about this idea in the context of another performance variable in climbing, such as hip flexibility. If you select a group of elite climbers who all have very good to excellent flexibility, and then you test an intervention to improve flexibility, you wouldn't see much effect. This is especially true if the study you perform is small and it's of short duration. Should you conclude that flexibility does not matter for climbing? I wouldn't say so. To recap, metabolic flexibility is the ability of athletes to burn carbohydrate and fat at high rates and to switch readily between either fuel as either the intensity changes or the fuel availability declines. Although we're trying to maximize both simultaneously, there is an aspect of trade-off between them. Like with strength and endurance, we can train both in parallel, we can improve both in parallel, but at some level, too much of one inhibits the other. What we're after is really a balance, and therefore to know in which direction we need to move to achieve balance, we need to know on which side of optimal we currently lie. I've always felt that I inherently perform reasonably well at high intensities and seem to be able to raise my RQ and burn carbs quite readily. But I suffered with crashes in energy and never really felt that I had real stamina as an athlete. An approach to training and nutrition, namely ketosis and low carb, that pushed that ability to use fat helped me to have more steady energy for training, less crashing of blood glucose, less reliance on snacks to get through training sessions, and ultimately better performance. The need to tackle both primary metabolic fuels and increase metabolic flexibility is well recognised in sports nutrition. Although the mainstream view has remained that high carb intake is a critical part of the athlete's diet, various researchers have been exploring the idea of how to use periodic carb restriction in order to improve metabolic flexibility. And a key paper in this discussion came from Samuel Impey and colleagues in 2018. They reviewed the literature on training adaptations with varying carb availability and came up with what they call the glycogen threshold hypothesis. Their hypothesis is that depleting muscle glycogen below a certain threshold is an important stimulus for endurance adaptations, including the genesis of new mitochondria. So although the presence of muscle glycogen is important for training at high intensities, getting glycogen low enough at the end of these training sessions is also important. And what flows from this is the notion that forms the title of the paper, Fuel for the Work Required. As far as I can see, nutritionists often interpret this as being a reinforcement that carbohydrate intake is crucial for high-intensity sports and training sessions. But not so much is made of the other side of the coin, that too much glycogen may impair the adaptation to endurance training. The paper starts off by quoting directly from William Sherman's 1981 study about performance at different levels of glycogen. I already like that the authors included the quote because I think it's a really important finding. Sherman found that in a half-marathon distance trial, anything above a minimal level of muscle glycogen is unnecessary for performance. Trials were actually slower at high levels of glycogen, presumably because of the additional weight. They then go on to discuss various strategies for acutely depriving the muscle of glycogen in the context of an otherwise high-carb habitual diet, such as training twice a day, fasted training, and restricting carbs for single meals. They don't, however, consider the option that I would favour, which is a longer-term low-carb diet, with high-carb single meals applied more briefly. In a sense, the mirror image of the strategies that they propose. They do briefly mention chronic carb restriction, but dismiss it as unsuitable, citing Louise Burke's 3-week race walker studies that we discussed earlier. My view, as I'm sure you know by now, is that this may be worth taking another look at. They also make a really important point that in the real world, athletes are likely already achieving these transient reductions in glycogen availability simply by not eating enough, either because their training load is high or because they're consciously restricting food to keep their body fat low, or maybe a bit of both. I think this is exactly right, and it could explain why the results of the brief carb periodization studies are quite unremarkable for actual sport performance. Athletes are already doing this inadvertently, and they note that the beneficial metabolic adaptations to carb restriction are quite similar to those of calorie restriction, and perhaps it's the calorie restriction that actually mediates the effect. However, they also note that low energy availability is a big problem in endurance sports. I agree, but again, I think this is where the ketogenic diet is worth another look, because it can be adjusted to achieve a broad range of muscle glycogen levels. It can achieve fasted state physiology, but it can also do that in the context of ample energy availability coming from fat. And as we've seen repeatedly, it can lower body fat percentage without restriction of food, even in already lean athletes. The next section of the paper points out that endurance adaptations are best when the pre-exercise glycogen levels are not too high, such that glycogen during exercise is depleted to low enough levels to activate the signals for training adaptation, but not too low that training quality is impaired. And therefore, there may be a window of pre-exercise glycogen that achieves both these aims. Many of the signals of endurance adaptation, AMPK being a good example, are switched on when there is not much glucose around. In this way, if pre-exercise glycogen stores are a bit lower, less training load may be required to achieve the same result. And this leads to their concept of the fuel for the work required, and instead of focusing on maximising glycogen replenishment, which may not be appropriate, we focus on asking how much carbohydrate do we need to stay in the optimal window during the upcoming training sessions. I think this approach makes sense. I also think that how we interpret this model with respect to athletes on a keto diet depends quite a lot on whether Jeff Volek's faster study findings are indeed valid and athletes are more efficient at replenishing muscle glycogen once adapted to the keto diet. It would potentially stack two reasons why less dietary carbohydrate were needed to optimise glycogen stores for adaptations to endurance training. Of course, we're talking about training here, and performance on race day may or may not be different depending on the sport. I sometimes find it a little bit frustrating when nutrition research is cited kind of with blinkers on and an unnecessarily narrow focus. For the purposes of researching a given dietary strategy for some outcome measure, such as body composition or power or endurance of some sort of overall performance, it's important to single out a strategy so that you know the effects are due to just that strategy. but making inferences on its utility in a real-world situation is a little bit more tricky. Think of an analogy with campus boarding. I think it's pretty uncontroversial to suggest that the campus board is a useful training tool in climbing. But if you select a group of climbers and switch their training completely onto the campus board at the expense of everything else, you might not get a positive outcome on climbing performance. I would think that it's quite reasonable to suggest that if we want to examine its utility for climbing, we would mix it in along with the other types of training that the athletes were already doing. For example, perhaps we could just replace 30 minutes out of 10 hours total weekly training time with campus exercises. That seems sensible to me, and even better if we could design a multi-arm study, no pun intended, with one group on 30 minutes campusing per week, one group doing an hour, one group doing 2 hours, and one group replacing all 10 hours. Then we might glean even more useful information about how the dose makes the poison with respect to that training tool. With the keto diet, it's slightly different because some people have actually hypothesized that a chronic keto diet would be beneficial to performance, and so that hypothesis needs to be tested, and it was tested by Louise Burke. But if that does end up being tested and comes out negative, then I don't think it means there is no utility of the diet at all. We have other obvious hypotheses to test, namely that a keto diet some of the time, but maybe not all the time, may be a useful training tool to mix into the nutrition strategy rather than just replace it 100%. Perhaps doing campus boarding, fingerboarding, keto diets and carb-rich diets could all play their part in providing a positive stimulus for improving training status at an appropriate time. So when some others have commented that no study has ever shown that a chronic keto diet is beneficial to athletic performance, well, I agree. And I would further hypothesize that we will never see that result in a study, body composition left aside. Moreover, that view is entirely consistent with the keto diet still being a useful training tool for athletes. Multiple nutrition strategies are allowed and may be superior. So we've gone through a good chunk of the important studies which have been done so far in endurance sports. They are limited in number. They have several other design limitations and they're not in climbers. But what they broadly show is that when you apply a keto diet to a group of athletes, if those athletes are sub-elite in level, the effect of the diet on performance after a month or two falls on either side of zero. There is not much effect either to make these athletes better or worse. And notably, in several studies, it tends to make sub-elite athletes lose a little bit of weight without trying, which seems important for some athletes, but not others. And that brings us to the individual effects. As with most studies on biological variables, there is a range of responses to the intervention among individuals. This is common. Many very commonly prescribed drugs across medicine, which are highly valued, only have any positive effect in quite a small proportion of the people they are given to. For the keto diet in sub-elite athletes, a subset tend to get a little bit worse, and another subset tend to get a little bit better. And this relationship also appears to be true from the very limited data in elite athletes, which comes down to 2 small studies in racewalkers. However, in those elite athletes, the subset that seemed to benefit from keto was smaller, and I think this makes sense given what we've talked about with respect to mitochondria and how they account for the amazing endurance of elite athletes. We've also seen that the story around glycogen availability and training may be a little bit more complex than it first appears. Some people feel that lower availability of glycogen invalidates the keto diet for sport. However, we have one data point, the FASTER study, that badly needs replicating, showing that with longer term adaptation, muscle glycogen content may not be impaired. Athletes must be able to either make or recycle glucose more effectively since they are not eating as much of it. And no doubt this process has its limits. At some level of training load, at 70 to 90% of VO2 max, surely glycogen levels must be at risk of depletion. However, regular depletion of glycogen is also an important trigger for the training adaptations themselves. For the mainstream sports, I conclude that there is still a lot of work to do in the research. I am certainly not ready to abandon low-carb or keto diets, even in whole-body endurance sports. It seems to me that the trade-offs identified in the early studies may be surmountable with fine-tuning of the carb amounts, periodization of the diets, and application of a proper adaptation period of at least many months. This latter aspect may be a gamble too far for some athletes, which is absolutely fine. Opinions on the diet among the researchers broadly fall into two camps. Well, maybe three. The third camp would be the keto zealots who feel that carbs are just unnecessary or even evil, but that position just lacks plausibility, and for that reason, very few in this camp are actually researchers. But among the researchers, one group appear to favour a chronic carbohydrate-based diet with short periods of low carbohydrate availability to improve fat oxidation and/or mitochondrial density. Others, such as Daniel Plews, seem to favour the opposite, a broadly fat-based diet with low carb or even ketogenic diets applied during base aerobic training for substantial chunks of the season, with more brief, but not necessarily all that brief periods of greater carb intake during higher intensity phases, which are more likely to have a higher flux of glycogen use. If I were a young endurance athlete with good mitochondria, I'm not sure what I would do, to be totally honest. I think I would still find the Plews approach interesting, if not tempting. After all, in order to have a different result from your competitors, you've got to do something different. You might well think, well, I'll win because I'll just train the hardest, but all the athletes think that. Moreover, injury often gets in the way of that approach sooner or later. If I were an athlete who seems to have no problem raising RQ but difficulty lowering it, then I'd be more tempted again to try out the low carb approach, at least for one season. But all of the discussion so far has been in the classic endurance sports, and they are not rock climbing. So let's finally come to discuss that. There are, I think, some key differences between the lower body or whole body endurance sports and rock climbing that mean that at minimum we should be careful interpreting the studies that I've just discussed. Perhaps they only have very limited relevance, so let's explore that. I feel that rock climbing is significantly different from the bulk of other sports and certainly from the classic endurance sports, and this is one reason why I feel that the ketogenic diet has worked so well for me as a rock climber. As we enter a discussion of rock climbing, we leave behind the scientific evidence which all exists in those other sports and enter logical speculation of how that research might be applicable in climbing based on an understanding of more fundamental exercise physiology. For this reason, I can't be sure, but I hypothesize that rock climbing might be up there with ultramarathon running as a sport that may be the best suited of any sport to a ketogenic approach, and this is for four main reasons which I'll quickly summarise and then I'll go through in more detail. 1. Many sports are weight sensitive, but climbing may be one of the most weight sensitive, and therefore a diet strategy that pushes the trade-offs with weight versus health even slightly could confer a significant advantage. 2. In various other sports that exist around a competition schedule, short-term weight loss in preparation for competition, followed by periods of heavier weight during training phases, are more practical. Rock climbers tend to want to be on form for longer periods during the year, or may not be able to predict when they need to be on form because of things like weather, and therefore staying closer to a competitive weight for longer confers an advantage, so long as that it doesn't negatively affect health and training gains, which with traditional diet approaches, it often does. 3. The mode of muscular exercise in climbing is different from many other sports, and this has a few important implications. Our forearms make intermittent isometric contractions, and these are quite different from the rhythmic contractions of cycling, running, and swimming. 4th, finally, and maybe most importantly, the muscles that we fatigue most heavily are the small muscles of the forearm. And these muscles are much smaller than the prime movers of the legs, and this surely must have implications for the volume of energy, especially from glucose, that's required to meet the training needs. Okay, let's explore those 4 components a little bit more. Actually, the first one is pretty self-explanatory. What some climbing athletes are trying to do with their body composition is inherently unsustainable. Something has to give sooner or later. Some athletes try to operate at a weight well below where their body wants to be for as long as they can. Then either they achieve what they wanted to and they move on, or it becomes too difficult or obviously damaging and they decide to stop, or they reach a point of crisis by experiencing injury or other health consequences of prolonged semi-starvation. We've discussed evidence already that a ketogenic diet appears to make some athletes lose a fair bit of body fat while eating ad libitum, i.e. as much as they want. If this effect is sustainable over the long term, then it has potential to push the intersection of body fat percentage and problems with low energy availability to a slightly lower level of body fat percentage. To be completely clear, that's a hypothesis. More studies are needed to demonstrate that this really is the case. In my anecdote, it does appear to have worked this way, but I note from the clinical experience of other coaches such as Alessandro Ferretti, they have seen in their clinical practice athletes still run into problems with low energy on a long-term keto diet. And once again, I don't think that that necessarily invalidates the diet without knowing a bit more information. For one thing, we've discussed that classic endurance sports may indeed need more carbs, at least some of the time. And secondly, disordered eating and frank eating disorders are common among athletes. And it seems obvious to me that those athletes wishing to drive body fat to unsustainably low levels will use any effective diet to do so. I've seen dietitians claim that because they're athletes who adopt keto diets often have eating disorders, that means that the keto diet caused the eating disorder. But I would submit that the direction of causation could be the other way around. The presence of the risk of eating disorders caused the athlete to adopt the keto diet, since it's an effective weight loss tool. So the keto diet can be used to facilitate undereating if the athlete's trying to do this. If, on the other hand, the athlete is trying, as I am, to eat the most amount of food and remain at a realistic target body fat, then the keto diet may be a useful tool for that. I do think that the keto diet requires the athlete to really reevaluate working with their appetite. They need to learn to trust and not to always override appetite. For example, if the athlete's always trying to stop eating at the lowest comfortable amount of food, then that might be too little on a keto diet. They may need to get into the habit of eating all the way to satiety all the time. This to me sounds like a good thing and a healthy thing, and presumably it's why when this approach is taken and people are counselled in this way, the keto diet has been successfully used to treat binge eating disorder. In my own anecdote, I've never adopted the habits of frank eating disorders or taken my body fat below, I'd estimate about 15%. However, as I discussed earlier, while eating a mixed diet, I could never experience any break from hunger, no matter what my body weight was. The keto diet, in resolving this completely, allowed me for the first time in my adult life to experience satiety and a break from thinking about food and hunger. And perhaps even more importantly, I could understand that this was not a kind of greed or failure of my psyche, but merely an interaction between my physiology and exposure to environmental cues. This made my experience of eating and maintaining my body, and actually just living, vastly more comfortable and enjoyable. But I'd really like to emphasise a very important point here. That feeling that normal regulation of appetite and the experience of satiety is possible for me remains whether or not I continue with the keto diet. I can go off the keto diet and eat cake if I want to, but I still know that same dysregulation of appetite that returns if I eat this way is not inescapable. This gives me a lot more confidence and a general feeling of well-being about food and about myself and my body. This is a difficult concept to pin down in scientific terms, but it's still very, very important to me. So the keto diet helped me and still helps me to sit a couple of kilos lower than I do on a higher carb diet, perhaps with a couple of exceptions which I'll explore in future posts. And it helps me to maintain this indefinitely as far as I can see, while maintaining good energy, muscle mass, bone mass, and blood markers of hormonal and nutritional health. My bone mass has remained high and stable, my muscle mass has gone up, my testosterone has remained at a very high level, and markers of inflammation such as C-reactive protein have remained very, very low. I've improved my climbing level with no negative impact that I've been able to find on my health, and that seems to be an excellent result to me. Coming to the issue of the mode of exercise and climbing, I think this potentially has three important implications for mitigating the potential negative effects of consuming lower amounts of carbohydrate. To start with, I'll briefly describe the differences in exercise mode which I'm actually talking about. In running, And if not most other sports, rhythmic contractions are the norm. That's to say, the muscle is changing length as it contracts, and it's doing that in rapid cycles of lengthening and shortening, contracting and relaxing. This repeated cycle facilitates the movement of blood through the muscle and the movement of metabolites within the cells as well. Rock climbers do this with their arms and their legs, but not consistently at high intensity, and so it's less common for us to exhaust the arms and legs. Even in unusual cases like dry tooling, where the climbing is very steep, very physical, and the holds are massive, they're actually handles, still the seat of fatigue is the forearm. I'm completely pumped right now, but my arms are totally fine. When we hold onto a hold, the length of the finger flexors that are maintaining that grip, by and large, isn't changing. This means that above a moderate level of difficulty, there is very little blood flow through the muscle. Instead, the intramuscular pressure squeezes the blood vessels shut, and so there can't be much exchange of oxygen and metabolites between the blood and the muscle until the forearm relaxes again while we reach for the next hold or shake out. So we might say that the exercise is anaerobic by definition, but that's only true if we narrow our focus to a single contraction on a single hold. If you've ever tried to pause during climbing and stay completely still without removing either hand from the rock at all, you'll appreciate that it's actually surprisingly hard to do. I remember noting this as a young sports science student while being photographed on some of my own routes. My friend and climbing hero Dave Cuthbertson tended to take wide stitch photos of the whole landscape around the climber, and so he asked me to stay really still for as long as I could on the cruxes of climbs. On terrain where I could climb through easily and shake out on all day, just not being able to take a hand off even more momentarily made it an absolutely forearm busting exercise within about 20 or 30 seconds. And this contributed to an idea which I later researched and published in the Sports Science Lab. It made me think that these brief rest periods as we reach to the next hold are probably quite important in rock climbing endurance. I also observed that when you're endurance fit, even bouncing on the hold without letting go of it for a second or two was actually enough to allow significant recovery. Basically, any movement at all allows recovery, likely because it allows blood flow and provision of oxygen. My own research showed that when compared to non-climbers, trained climbers could flood the forearm muscle with blood within 1 second and achieve a massively higher area under the curve of forearm blood flow during a 3-second rest, which mimicked reaching for the next hold. This ability explained a good proportion of the differences in ability to perform an intermittent forearm endurance task. So how does all that relate to carbs? Well, to start with, isometric contractions inherently use a little less energy than concentric contractions. So we would expect energy requirements at a given intensity and volume of muscle mass recruited to be lower than if the contractions were concentric, as they are in classic endurance sports. This could be one component of why climbers could get away with eating fewer carbs while climbing at high intensity. A second reason comes to the rest periods that I just mentioned. Obviously, contraction times and the rest time of the forearm are highly variable depending on the type of climbing. And before going further, I would say that I hypothesize that the carb amounts required for climbing will be influenced by the type of climbing. But for argument's sake, let's say that contraction times per hold average out at 7 seconds. And let's also say that rest times, including just reaching for the hold, the process of taking the hold and shaking out, average out at 3 seconds. This would mean that in every 10 seconds on a climb, 3 of those seconds are completely unloaded and the muscle has a chance to recover. Now, during the contraction, the forearm is going to have to rely increasingly on anaerobic pathways for ATP production, as any oxygen floating around from the last rest is steadily used up. But importantly, we have more than one anaerobic energy production pathway. The one which is more relevant to classic endurance sports, such as middle distance running, is anaerobic glycolysis. That is, the splitting of glucose to make ATP directly in the cytosol of the cell. allowing lactate to accumulate rather than be further metabolized in mitochondria. The advantage of anaerobic glycolysis is not only that it can produce ATP at very high rates to support high-intensity exercise, but it can do so when oxygen is limited. Of course, its disadvantage is that it uses up the very limited supply of glucose in muscle very, very quickly, and it results in acidosis. The second pathway, the creatine phosphate system, is thought of more as a buffer than a pathway, and relevant in sport as providing energy at extremely high rates, either for explosive strength efforts or in the opening 5 to 10 seconds of an endurance bout, buffering ATP availability while the glycolytic pathways get up and running. But coming back to climbing, 5 to 10 seconds is exactly the duration that we are interested in. After that, we usually get a brief period of unloading while we reach for the hold, something that other sports don't get. The basic way that the creatine phosphate system works is that there is a pool of creatine in muscle with a phosphate group attached. If we start to sprint and start ploughing through ATP for muscular work before the glycolytic system can get going enough to replenish it, the creatine phosphate donates its phosphate to ADP to replenish ATP. The creatine phosphate pool is very small and its availability is dropping in seconds. By the time we reach 10 seconds of all-out effort, it's well on its way to being completely exhausted. Unfortunately, the research on how quickly it's replenished is kind of lacking, but broadly it's fair to say that a substantial chunk of the stores can be replenished in seconds and maybe completely replenished in a few minutes. The recovery follows an exponential function, so there is significant recovery of the stores in the initial seconds, and this may be partly why we can have a high quality effort on a boulder problem that's 4 to 10 moves in length with just a handful of minutes rest. In running, if you deplete your creatine phosphate stores in the initial seconds of a fast race or during a mid-race kick, they may not have a chance to recover much because energy demand remains high and there's just not the headroom in the system to donate phosphate back to creatine while it's tied up meeting the ATP demands of the exercising muscle. In climbing, when we have those brief rest periods, it's possible that there is more opportunity for replenishment of creatine phosphate. I do not know to what extent this is the case. It's not been researched and I would love it if it was. But if this is happening, then it has potential implications for the carbohydrate needs of climbers. Creatine phosphate can be replenished from metabolizing either carbohydrate or fat. It strikes me that an intermittent mode of exercise in which creatine phosphate can be partially replenished every 10 seconds is pretty much an optimal mode for maximizing the contribution of fat to energy production at high intensities, but where oxygen availability is low during the actual contractions. We might think of this as fat or carbohydrate feeding creatine phosphate during rests, and creatine phosphate doing at least some, if not a lot, of the heavy lifting during anaerobic contractions. In this scenario, the fact that fat metabolism cannot run as fast as glycolysis becomes less important because the exercise is intermittent and there is time for aerobic restoration of creatine phosphate to catch up, enough to supply the next contraction phase. There's a lot that we don't know about how our physiology responds to rock climbing, but there is a little evidence to support this way of thinking about it from studies by Romulo Bertuzzi and colleagues. Bertuzzi developed a method to estimate the contribution from aerobic metabolism, anaerobic lactic, that's anaerobic glycolysis, and anaerobic alactate, that's creatine phosphate, in different sports. When taking measurements from indoor sport climbing, his study on climbers determined that the creatine phosphate system accounts for between 40 and 50% of energy production, with the anaerobic lactic system contributing less than half that amount. If this data and understanding of energy production in climbing is correct, or even close to correct, then it would make sense to me how climbers could produce large amounts of ATP via anaerobic metabolism, but replenish that ATP by metabolizing primarily fat in the context of a carb-restricted diet. When the muscle is unloaded and has a second or two to replenish creatine phosphate via aerobic pathways in mitochondria, it might not matter as much as in other sports whether the acetyl-CoA going into the Krebs cycle is coming from fat or carbs. If we just think of hard rock climbing as high intensity or anaerobic activity, then that might be a simplification too far. We might be missing the important preface to that, which is the word intermittent. Perhaps intermittent anaerobic is a better descriptor. If we don't consider the intermittent nature of the exercise, then it could potentially lead us to overestimate the requirement for carbohydrate. And if we do consider it, then it would start to become plausible why someone like myself could drastically lower the carbohydrate in the diet, but still see no detriment in sport climbing performance. I stress potentially because we could still do with more data or any data. But certainly this way of thinking about climbing I've just described helps me to explain the performance results that I've seen in my own climbing with a ketogenic approach. But #context, some caveats that I should make. Like almost anything in biology, the picture is pretty complicated and several other ingredients must be considered in parallel when asking the question, would my results from a low-carb diet extend to other climbers? So here are 4 things that I think should be kept in mind. So caveat number 1, I don't train all that hard. I'm not a specialist, I'm not training for competition, and I'm also free to pick and choose hard routes that I think might suit me. I've never felt that I respond all that well to endurance training regardless of diet, and for that reason I've generally done better on routes with harder cruxes and rests where I can use technique to get weight off my arms. When I've been doing limestone sport climbs, I've tended to find the continuous endurance routes the hardest. The weakness is still perhaps only one grade, i.e. I've done 8C+, which is quite continuous, but the few 9As that I've done tend to be more cruxy with good rests. And for these reasons, I don't tend to do masses of endurance training. It's possible that if I did, I would start to experience glycogen depletion on a keto diet, even when pretty well adapted. I personally doubt this plays much of a role since I do plenty of endurance-based trad climbing as well, and this can be just as pumpy as sport climbing. But I just want to know possible reasons why I could get on fine with a keto diet, but you might not. So caveat number 2, I don't do other sports. As I've mentioned earlier, I sense that some climbers or athletes in general who might gravitate to a keto diet do so because they're interested in fat loss. I've heard various anecdotes of climbers who've adopted a keto diet and struggled with low energy. When you dig into the details, you often find out that these athletes are also out running tens of miles a week or doing hours of road cycling or something similar. Those who are stacking climbing plus other endurance sports plus conscious calorie restriction and then add a keto diet on top of that may well run into problems. That's unsurprising to me. That just might be an energy stress too far. I've also mentioned earlier that a mindset shift may be important for athletes on keto to really start to trust their appetite and really eat a lot more food. If you're doing keto and struggling with energy, it could be that you're going to need to be more generous with carbs to cover the hours of running and cycling per week that you're stacking that on top. Or if you're doing those endurance activities in an effort to shift energy balance and lose fat, then they may be unnecessary or even counterproductive on a keto diet. The third caveat is that I rarely go super low carb. I've mentioned this already, but when I'm eating a keto diet, I'm usually far more generous with carbs than the keto diets used for medical therapeutic purposes for things like diabetes and epilepsy and things like that. My carb amounts vary quite considerably, so I'm kind of reluctant to put a figure on it. I would just say that if you're on a keto diet and you're struggling with low energy, especially for high intensity work, after fixing the common issues of not enough food and not enough electrolytes, then you could try adding back carbs in 10-gram increments until you hit a target that gives you an optimal trade-off between the benefits of keto, whatever you're looking for, and the benefits of carbs. And of course, that balance might not be a static figure. It might be better to periodise it. Caveat number 4, I eat plenty of protein. As far as I'm concerned, we do not know enough about the implementation of keto diets in different sports to have a good understanding of how protein content plays into keto diets for sport. One approach has been to keep protein on the moderate side, definitely not low, but in order to push keto adaptation and maybe even ketone production itself. Another, which is gaining a bit of traction, is not to worry about the ketone levels at all and eat pretty generous amounts of protein, like upwards of 2 grams per kilogram of body weight. I tend towards that latter approach of unrestricted protein intake. Perhaps this plays into adaptations of my metabolism to just keep a little bit more glucose in the system when dietary carbs are low via gluconeogenesis from that protein. Again, when you're hovering at that low end of glycogen stores, a little extra glucose availability goes a long way. I don't honestly know how much it matters, and I think it will be a long time before we do know for specific sports like climbing, but it's something to keep in mind. Okay, this has obviously been a huge episode, and I'm going to wrap it up now with a quick summary. No doubt it will raise questions for some of you, and I can explore those in future episodes. If you like, do ask questions in the comments below. Overall, I tried the keto diet primarily as a tool to lose a bit of the excess fat that I've been carrying relative to other climbers. For this purpose, it worked better than any other tool that I've used. It's obviously no substitute for the decades of training that I'd already put into my climbing, but it has been an effective tool to solve a specific problem in one component of performance. After 6 years of various experiments around it, I still hold that view and I still plan to use the diet in the future. As well as fat loss, I experienced improvement in mood, skin conditions, recovery from training, injury, more steady supply of energy, and freedom from constant hunger. All of those benefits were reversible upon cessation of the diet. The only negatives I've experienced were not being able to eat as much carbs, which I did enjoy, and maybe needing a bit more thought around food, especially for eating outside the home, or also needing to frequently explain, if not defend, my diet on a chronic basis, and some quite angry responses from dietitians, but those negatives are pretty minor to me. I do think that of the potential benefits of the keto diet for athletes more generally, fat loss is probably the most important. This is not relevant to all athletes, and so it may only be beneficial to a subset of athletes, perhaps those who are not elite precisely because they suffer from the tendency to be overfat. If athletes who already have a low body fat percentage use the keto diet to try and push that even further, it might just be an express ticket to low energy availability and performance decline. The longer term effects of keto diets are uncertain and very hard to summarise. There may be benefits to athletes and there may be detriment. At present, I favour the use of the keto diet for periods in the year, but possibly not all the time. How to periodise it is still a complex question, and one that I can only begin to answer. In this video, I've not really got into speculations on how to work it into a training and nutrition routine for different people, or even myself. I've not addressed exactly how many grams of carbs to eat for different training loads, which periods in a given climber's year would be best suited to a ketogenic approach, and how long those periods could be. This video, I think, is really just a starting place to discuss those ideas, which are complex and definitely involve some educated guessing. A hypothesis that I find interesting, although I am far from saying I believe, is that climbers, by virtue of the exercise we do, may sit alongside ultra endurance events as being particularly well suited to a keto diet, albeit for slightly different reasons. Or, depending on your point of view, you might express this as climbers can get away with a keto diet where some other high intensity sports would run into problems. The muscles that we fatigue most intensely are small and they can only take so much glucose. I'll finish by summarising this whole video in a single sentence. My reading of the evidence, as well as experimentation, has led me to think that the ketogenic diets can be a powerful training tool if used in the right way by a subset of people. Okay, thanks for making it all the way through this video. If you think that this video was useful and other climbers should see it, then please do press the like button and share it if you like, because that does help YouTube show it to more climbers. Alright, thanks for watching and we'll see you in the next video.